Alrighty, folks. What's up? I'm gonna chill for a little bit. Probably put a little bit of music on, to be honest. Just make sure we're ready to go. I'm feeling a real chill stream, even though this is not a very chill game. So, be prepared. Be prepared. Ooh, a real boss. What, did Jim Duggan die? Oh wait, no, I opened that because I wanted to put some music on. Cat. Please. Please. Guys, look at what I'm dealing with right now. Kitty really likes to play with my microphone. Right, buddy? Huh? Oh, and now that I go to the full fucking cam, you leave? Fucking cats, dude. Let me turn this down a little bit. I think the volume should be okay for you guys, but I'm going to turn it down for me a little bit, and I'll turn it down a little bit for you. Just a skosh. Like that. Is that a little better? Or a little bit more on the level? Is that all right for you lads and lasses? Huh? How is everybody doing today? On this lovely... What day is today? I honestly don't even know what day today is. Is today Friday? No way. Today's Thursday. Holy shit, today's Friday. I thought yesterday was Wednesday for literally the entire day. Until this morning, when I woke up and I looked at my phone. Look at that forearm, baby. Look at that forearm. How is everybody doing, chat? Everybody having a good Friday so far? We're just about at the noon time slot. And I'm playing a new game today, guys. I'm playing Remnant 2. It's not called Remnant from the Ashes 2. It's just Remnant 2. So that's interesting. I never beat the first game. I think I've done a couple different attempts at a playthrough that have gotten varying levels of, you know, distance through the story. But I think at most I probably got like halfway through. But honestly, I have no idea. But I'm going to be playing this. I kind of want to freshen up on the sticks and familiarize myself with this a little bit, because I'm going to be playing this game with a couple of my friends in like 2 weeks. Because my one friend Jose, who's been featured on the channel, you know, plenty of times, is he's wrapping up this round of clinicals that he's doing, so he's like really busy, so he doesn't really have time to play shit. But once he's done up with that, we're gonna hit this up. You ever go out like you're on the road, right? And you're out and you're like, man, I'm a little tired, I want to get some coffee, but you don't want to like go out of your way to go to whatever coffee shop or whatever. So you just stop at the nearest Dunkin' or Starbucks, or, you know, depending on where you are in the country or the world, whatever. And like, and you were really looking forward to this cup of coffee, right? And then you take the first sip of it and it's just like bad. Has that ever happened to anybody in chat? Because it's happened to me. It happened to me today. I got a coffee for me and I got a coffee for my dad, and I was like, great, whatever. I drove home, you know, started drinking it, and it's just like, this tastes like if you put a glass of water, an open glass of water on a shelf next to an open cup of coffee for a week, and then you put some milk into the water. Like, this is like water and milk that really wants to be coffee, but it isn't, is what it tastes like. I don't know. It's just like coffee has a taste. You know what I mean? That's such a stupid fucking thing to say out loud. But coffee has a specific taste, a specific like experience when you drink it. And like, I take a sip of this, and like, let's say this is the coffee flavor experience, right? You take your sip, you start here, and then it goes. This coffee that I'm drinking right now is like, and then like, and then it goes back down. I don't like really strong, like dark coffee. Like, that's not my bag. I like coffee, but I don't like it super dark and super like whatever. But this is just, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but it's not what I was expecting. No disrespect or ill will towards any of the employees at the establishment that I visited. I bet you're all lovely people. This coffee sucks. This coffee does suck. How is everybody doing today, man? Welcome to Friday. We're streaming. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Real talk for a minute. I'm gonna turn the music off just for a second. Real talk for a minute. Yesterday was my brother's birthday, so, which reminds me, I need to text him. So belated happy birthday to Joe. If anybody in the chat wants to wish my brother a birthday, he came over. We had a dinner. It was him and his girlfriend, me and my dad. It was really nice. However, yesterday, I don't know what the deal was. Like, I got to sleep at, you know, regular time for me. I slept more than I normally do, but I woke up, I was exhausted. I was in a bad mood, and then I had to go out and run some errands, and I was with my dad, and like, I was just like real snappy, and like, it wasn't good. It wasn't good. And I started like spiraling and like emotionally, and I just, 3 o'clock fucking yesterday, I was done. I didn't have anything left. Like, I was like, just, I can't be around people. I can't fucking do this right now, right? And I felt really bad because we went to the store, we picked out all this stuff. My dad, you know, made my brother a special dinner for his birthday, and I couldn't eat. I couldn't eat any of it. Like, I was hungry, but I just couldn't eat. I don't know. I've never really had something like that happen to me before. It was weird. And I felt really bad again because it was my brother's birthday. You know, I wanted to be with the family, you know, this, that, whatever. And I yesterday just wasn't the day for me, man. And it sucks. I want to text my brother and tell him that I'm sorry because it was his birthday. And I didn't want to seem like I was trying to make his birthday about me, but like I was like doing terrible. Nobody was talking to me. My dad and them were eating at the table and I had my food in front of me. I was sitting over in the living room. Nobody was talking to me, nobody was saying anything to me, and I just started crying, chat. I don't know what the fuck happened. I just started crying. And it's like, and I don't want them to ask me if I'm okay, because it's like, no, I'm not okay, and you can fucking tell that. You know? I don't know. Yesterday was tough, man. Yesterday was a hard day. I feel better today, though. I woke up today. I got to sleep at like a decent time last night. I was tossing and turning all night. I only slept for like 2 hours at a time throughout the whole night, but I did get like 7, 8 hours of sleep. I think I went to sleep around like 11. I woke up at uh I need to get some excuse me, some water before we start. Um I went to sleep at like 11 and I woke up around just before 8 cuz I have an alarm that goes off at 8 every day and I remember that the alarm went off shortly after I had gotten up. Um So, yeah, I feel okay. I'm a little tired, a little bit. I didn't really eat much yesterday, so that's probably most of it. Um, and yeah. So like all of this to say, man, like if you're having a bad day and like things are just too overwhelming for you and you know whatever it may be, like that's okay, you know? It's just a matter of being able to see that, you know, to be self-aware enough to realize that you're in a place like that and adjust behaviors and whatever accordingly. My problem was I didn't realize that until you know, my dad's like, "Oh, you know, I feel like you hate me, like this, that, like you know, like because I was being really combative. I was. Um, And the problem for me was I didn't feel like the things I was talking about were any different than what I normally do because my dad and I uh, ideologically were pretty different people. I think like at our core, our moral compass is like pretty similar, but just kind of the way we arrive at certain places, we take vastly different um, ways to get there. You know what I mean? So you know, my dad and I have discussions fairly often about things, and unless it's about like baseball or wrestling, very rarely do we agree on those things. Um, but I just, yeah, I don't know. Yesterday was it was fucked. Like I said, like 2:30, 3 o'clock. I couldn't, you know, my day was over essentially, mentally at least. Can I turn this a little bit? No, not really. Um, yeah. So that's what I got going on, man. Yesterday was a challenge, but today's going to be better. We're playing Remnant 2. I've never played this game before. You can see I'm on the character select screen. I already got like my character and whatever set up. But I did not um confirm it cuz I don't know if there's like a cutscene or whatever at the beginning and I want the whole game to be on VOD. I want my whole playthrough to be on VOD so I can go back and look at it and whatever, right? So we're here. I'm gonna go get some water and probably empty out my bladder, just to make sure that you know I'm okay, ready to go. I am drinking a little bit of coffee, so I'll probably need to take another bathroom break soon. Um, but I'm like I said, I'm gonna go get some water. I will put the music back on for you guys. I appreciate you sticking around and letting me chat. I appreciate it. If you guys have anything, you know, throughout the day, whatever you want to get off your chest or you need someone to talk to or whatever, man, I am happy to be here. That's I suffer through the same things. You know, life is not easy. It's fucking hard. On a normal day, when most things are going good, life is fucking hard. And like I don't want to get into the detail of it, but my mom's been in the hospital for 3 months. Up and down, left and right, you know. I've been all over the place since the end of April. And sometimes it's just nice to have someone to talk to, you know? Even if it's not about whatever it is that, you know, is causing you discomfort in your life or anything like that. Just having somebody to talk to. So I appreciate you giving me the forum to get this off my chest. Like I said, I woke up today feeling better, and even right now, I feel a little better. So thank you for that. I'm going to go get my water. I'm going to go use the bathroom. I'm going to take my medicine because I did not do that this morning. I did forget to do that. And then we're going to get started with Remnant 2, boys. Like I said, I do want this to be a chill stream, although I understand that this is like the antithesis of a chill game. Like, like if an actual chill game like Dave the Diver, super chill game. If Dave the Diver is our like measuring stick as far as what a chill game is, this is like, I don't know what like a not, it's not chill is what I'm trying to say. It's very intense. It's fucking Dark Souls with guns, essentially. It's like Dark Souls meets Gears of War. And it's really, really good. All right, let me get the Diablo lo-fi back on for you guys. You guys can listen to some tunes, and I'll be back in a couple minutes. Yeah. All right. Thank you guys for sticking around. I'm going to just transition to the other scene a while, because I know that I'm going to forget to do that when I get back. Is it this button? No, it's this button. Yes, yes, yes. All right, I will be back. Enjoy the tunes. Thank you guys for listening to me. I really appreciate it. Let's have a good Friday, huh? All right. I'm back. Water. Where did I put my water? I just fucking had it. That's the other water bottle. What the fuck? Oh, there it is. Okay, okay. Ooh, holy shit, chat. I thought I was going fucking crazy. All right. Thank you, Diablo Lo-Fi. I'm going to turn the in-game sound back on. And we're going to get rolling with this. I kind of want to play M and K, but I know that, or excuse me, I kind of want to play controller, but I know that mouse and keyboard is probably the better way to go. And I'm just going to play on Survivor for my first playthrough. If I end up doing a second one, I'll probably increase the difficulty. But for now, we're going to play on Survivor. Remnant 2, boys. Here we go. It's coming. See, this is why I didn't want to start. I knew there would be a cutscene. Should I turn? You know what? I'll turn my camera off so you guys can watch it. That doesn't mean I'm going to be quiet.
She says, if I wanted to feel sorry for myself, I'd have stayed with your father.
Ooh, that is quite a drop. Let me help you down.
I've got this.
I do have a gun. Okay. Does she have a gun? That's a yes.
Shit. You okay?
Remnant 2 credits.
That's 3.
What? Oh, please.
3 times I saved your life.
That's funny.
The sinkhole, your foot. What? You'd be dead if my mom hadn't taught me to dress a wound. Fine. 2 times then. The sinkhole and just now.
Whoa, look at her arm.
Let me see that.
Leave it. It's nothing. Hey, I'm fine.
Look at her arm.
Roll up your sleeve and just admit we're friends already.
This is not an admission.
Let me see. It's getting worse.
Yeah, it looks like it's growing, like, actively.
It ain't broken or bleeding. It'll calm down. It always does.
I don't know about that one, bro.
Let's go. Kid said the ward was this way.
I don't know about that one, bro. Notice the session will be joinable after completing the tutorial. Sick. Okay. So I am going to be sitting over the ammo counts. Should I scoot myself over? I can sit here. This is fine. So you guys... Oh, no, with the abilities. I'll just put myself on top. I'll sit here. I don't think there's anything that shows up on top of the weapons. If there is, I'll scoot myself up a little bit. Okay, so am I like the same character that I played in the first game? Man, why am I so slow?
Fairy tale?
Yeah, like this ward.
Oh, wait, I want to...
Guy founds it. Food and fresh water, everyone gets along. That
Do that.
sounds like a fairy tale to me. It's probably just a couple of old timers holed up underground. I just hope they got a few supplies for trade.
Also, now that I have options... Yep. Piecing off 144. DLSS quality. FOV modifier. How high does it go? 1.5? Let's put it on like 1.3. I was rocking with it the whole way up in the first game, and it's minimize input latency on. Oh, wait, fuck. What did I just turn off? Show damage. No, I want damage. Okay, a little bit wider FOV. Only pulling about 60 frames, though. Is that because VSync is on? No, VSync is off.
You think people actually live like this?
Not sure.
I don't know what's in that Fulton's original blend.
Maybe I should put
I never
DLSS on
seen nobody
performance.
that happy before.
No, it's
in
just
real
like,
life.
you know, what's the point of getting the 3080 if, you know, I can't have everything played and have it look good? Am I supposed to talk to you, or what's going on, lady? We get a move on? I do have my 2 guns, but I don't have any of my abilities or any of that shit. I see the entrance. Nah, I'm already ahead of you.
Great. We can't turn back now. Ain't got nowhere to go. There's gotta be another way.
Ooh. Amazing. Alright, here, lazy. Come on in.
It's about time. What took you?
What do you mean, what? This bitch. What do we got here? Bloodroot? Amazing. I know what that does. Do we not open this door? Let's see.
What happened to these poor bastards?
They died, I think. Want to open this door?
Can't let it go to waste. Use it on that bum ankle of yours. Won't help me none.
Oh. Press 2 to use the quick item, to use the item in quick slot 1. Well, what does 1 do then?
Come on. Let's get some distance between us and these bodies. Yeah.
Oh, that's what it was. I had to use the bloodroot so I can...
Hey, over here.
Yeah, I'm waiting, bro. I'm gonna help you as soon as I can. Nice. Very nice. Toggle sprint. Oh, it's not consuming stamina. Wow. Dodging and sprinting depletes stamina while in combat.
Oh,
That's lovely.
This is bad with a side of broccoli.
A side of what?
Nothing.
Oh, that. Oh, okay.
Something my ma used to say.
Yeah, we about to fight somebody, aren't we? I can fit with all this shit here. There's got to be some bad boys.
Nice shooting. Hey, that don't count, by the way.
That's a pretty decent amount of sway. Sway in the morning. I'm talking sway. Pretty decent. Okay, nothing over here. Oh, we're going into the rat's nest here.
I'm starting to think looking for this ward wasn't such a good idea.
All right, Queen. Want to take a minute? Yeah. Oh, this don't feel,
Guess the deadwood ain't all gone after all.
Why do I not have a flashlight?
Ain't no way the ward's real. Not with a nest like this out here.
Ain't no way.
Nope. Maybe best we head back. We
Ain't no
we
way,
trust
bro.
steps. We can find another way out.
Oh.
This is not happening. Tell me this is not happening.
I don't have a melee. That sucks. Oh. No. How was I supposed to know?
No! Not today, assholes!
How is he moving?
This is 3, by the way. You know, right here makes for 3. Oh, shit! Hey, listen. For what it's worth, you were a good friend. You were a good friend.
Oh, we're gonna die, aren't we? Actual credits roll. Remnant 2. Who's doing the spooky magic?
It's okay. You're safe. Whoa, whoa, hold up. We're friends. We're here to help.
Can't hold this forever, Bo.
Okay. Yeah, give that to me. No, now give me the thing itself. I'll take one of those. I'll like a dragon heart, please.
Thanks. Who are you?
Questions later. We gotta get moving. On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Wow. Thanks, lady.
That's all I got. You're on your own now.
What do you mean you got a gun?
Hey, we still got each other.
Right. Follow us, you two. That won't be the last of them.
Yeah, I guess we don't have time for introductions quite yet. We're still in the thick of it. I do like the no loading scene though in between the cutscene and the gameplay. That's pretty nice.
Rude or thick down here.
Must be what I felt back at the ward. Wait. You're from the ward? Shit. Maybe Santa's real too.
Yeah,
That cough does not
it's
sound
far
good.
from here, but the way down collapsed behind us. We're gonna have to find another way out.
Oh, you got it. I'm with you guys. Okay, still got the shoulder switch. We love that. That's how I do a melee attack. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't even see that guy. Ooh, scrap auto picks up? Ow. I think I just got shot by one of my friends. Watch out. Why does it have to be me? Two you motherfuckers standing there doing nothing, waiting for me to help open the door. New enemy? Question mark? New type?
Something's here.
Sorry. Sorry.
The dead would know they've lost, but they won't lay down without a fight.
Ooh. Beirut Mantis. Nah, bro, I'm getting out of here. Yo, stop hitting me. Stay over there. That would no. Why did you do that across the whole fucking map? Okay. Okay. Ah. Ooh. Nah, I'm not dying, bro. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Let's go. Awesome. Root ganglia. New weapon?
You okay?
Not bad shooting, traveler.
Yeah?
Let's go.
I had some practice.
I'll bet. But don't worry. The ward's as safe a place as any. Safer.
So, it's really real. Food and water and folks living with some old white guy?
Yeah, she's getting bad.
More or less.
Whoa, whoa, let me get you some water.
I'm fine.
Cass! Ooh, that looks like root rot.
She's fucked.
I've never seen a case this bad.
I'm fine. I don't know why everyone.
We need to get her to the ward, and quick. Doctor, there's her only chance. We'd better get moving, before we lose the light.
Yeah, stop. I don't want to hear her cough anymore. That's making me... I don't like that. That's more than just a cough. There's like... That's like ripping stuff up, is what it sounds like. I'm like, nah, I don't like the way that that's making me feel. Whatever that is has got her fucked up. Oh, what? We're above ground now? We're too good for the tunnels? Okay, but storage containers mostly. I think that's okay. Riggs!
This is Wriggler.
Call me Riggs. I got you, darling. Don't worry, friend. We'll take good care of her. Welcome to Ward 13.
Hey, don't worry. Riggs is right. She'll be fine.
Okay, so I am definitely a different person because he doesn't, like, recognize me.
Hey, Clementine. Let me get you some water.
I'm fine.
Oh, you're not fine. You need rest.
Bo!
She does need rest.
Thinks that puts him in charge of everything and everyone. I'm gonna check in with Ford, and then I'll get some rest. Okay? I've been through a lot worse, you know.
True.
So,
What's this guy's name?
Traveler,
Oh, Bo, obviously.
your friend will be
Yeah.
fine. I'm Bo Ward, and this is Ward 13. You must have come a long way. I mean, the route's dwindling and all, but the road's still a dangerous place. What were you two doing out there?
We were looking for the
For
ward.
the ward?
Yeah.
Really? Huh. I didn't know anybody knew what we were doing here. We've just, we've been cut off from the world for so long that, well, I'm surprised people know about us outside the gate. Feels kind of nice, actually. Hey, ask around if you need something. Oh, start with Ford. I'm sure he'd like to meet you.
Sure. One new trade point available? What do I have? Vigor, endurance, mod jet power generation, skill cooldown, you say? I'll go with vigor. Yeah, give me a little bit more health.
You think
Are you Ford? No.
really gone for good?
Dunno.
Press M to view the map. Bow, Whispers, Mudtooth, Ava, Macabre, and Ford, Riggs, Bravus. Wasn't he a boss? I'm pretty sure I just fought that. I've been playing the first game. The last couple. Yeah, I'll go. He works at the camp now?
Well, ain't you a right mutter? Traipsing in here like you own the place.
I'm sorry?
I'm just pulling ya. Name's Brabus, and I run security around here.
Oh, okay.
So seeing as you got the mayor's personal approval, I reckon you ain't problem now. I also make sure folks hereabouts can protect themselves. Ain't just the root kicking around.
Yeah,
A lot of
true.
folks still ain't chummy with this whole rebuilding society business. I should know.
You broke when you tried to play God.
What do you mean
I
you
used to
should
be one
know?
of 'em. Up until about 20 years ago, I ran a pack called the Mud Dogs. We took what we wanted and killed anyone who crossed us.
I'm pretty sure I killed this guy in the first game.
Dog well back then. We all did what we had to survive.
Pretty sure.
Things might be different now.
Can I ask you some questions?
Passes the time.
Never
Why are
mind.
you still standing here? Don't do anything I would do.
Look, I've made a lot of mistakes. I admit that. But it's because of those mistakes that I'm telling you not to do the same thing. We'll talk about this later.
Out of my way.
Hello, sir.
Oh, what have we here? Ah, the Traveler. Of
Yeah, my
course.
name's. You can call me Dal.
Wallace said, yes, right on time. Sorry you had to see that. But then again, you've been around. I'm sure you know. Families fight. Andrew Ford. Good to make your acquaintance.
Holy shit, it's true.
I guess my reputation precedes me.
But how? They say you're hundreds of years
I'm
old.
sure you've got a lot of questions, and I've got a favor to ask. So let's get to it. You first.
Okay, well, I already asked a question. If you're really the Ford that built this place, how are you alive?
That's a longer story than I can indulge right now. Let's keep it to this. You know how some things you drink can make you drunk, and some things you eat can make you sick or sleepy? Well, other things do this. It's a big world out there.
Can I get some?
Not my way. And you want to be careful what you wish for, traveler.
Kind of flavor. Oh, favor. Yeah.
Oh, nothing too dangerous. I've got to marshal my resources. And then we'll get into it in earnest.
Were you expecting me?
Not you precisely, as in name, rank, serial number, but I knew someone was coming.
How?
Our young Wallace told me.
How would Wallace know?
Wallace? He's a special kid. A lot like somebody I used to know. She had bad dreams too. Dreams about things that hadn't yet come to pass.
You can see the future?
It's more like he can see really far into the present. Sometimes.
Okay.
All right, traveler. Now that you've shot your shot, here's mine.
Yeah, and you didn't really
I
answer
need
any of my questions.
An able young scrapper to help an old man out. Talk to Wally. You'll find him out by the docks. After that, gear up, and then meet me at the ward gate. I'll tell you a story.
Okay. Wallace. At the docks. I'm not going to look at the map. I can find my own way to the docks. They're this way. Obviously. Are you Wallace?
Greetings. Forgive me. I am not good with Paxeltech faces.
Who or what are you?
It is new. I thought I had seen it before. So difficult to tell Paxeltech apart without hoof and horn. I am Sa Israk Thadwell.
Hey.
My Paxeltech name is Dwell. I sell crystals from my world.
Oh.
They make Paxeltech faster, stronger, more powerful. They help it defeat its enemies. And the prices are quite fair.
Oh, lovely. Let's see what you can make.
Ah, smart Paxeltech. Right to business.
Yes, sir. Crafting. NPCs throughout the world and Ward 13 can be used to craft new items, weapon mods, boss weapons, armor, etc. Each crafting recipe has a number of required materials plus scrap which are required to make that item. Okay. So what do? You make relic fragments? And like consumables? Or no, these aren't consumables. This is like reloading increases the damages next shot by 10%. Melee attacks give you a little shield. Grant 10% melee. Mod damage. Using this weapons mod generates 10% of single charge value as passive mod power over 10 seconds. That's a consumable, but these are all mutators. Okay, cool.
Roads lead to Dwell.
Cool. Yeah, thanks, Dwell. Good talking to you. I'm just gonna look. Is this Wallace? No. Whispers. Wallace. Oh, no, so I'm on the right. I just need to... He's up there. And he'll give me my archetype. I can pick my class. I don't know which ones are available from the start. And I've heard that you can, like, do 2. And if you can do that, I know what 2 that I want to do. Because I've seen some of them.
I see you, traveler.
Hey, I see you too.
You're the one Ford's been waiting for. Though, he doesn't know he's been waiting. He thinks he needs help. It's her who needs it.
You talking about my friend Cass?
You know. And you don't. Sorry, I shouldn't say. Things get messier when I tell them. I'm Wallace. Did I say that yet? Probably. The site, you know? Sorry, I probably said that already too.
I'm not sure what's
You have
going
a
on
path
here.
to walk. You choose the first step here, but your path can change if you wanted to.
Oh, okay, okay. So I have medic, I have hunter, and I have challenger, handler. I was thinking like handler and medic. Specialize in teamwork in both solo and co-op. When the handler is downed, their companion will attempt to revive them. Okay. Yep, that's me. Select.
That makes a lot of sense now.
Now I got a dog! Seems like this is the right path.
You're right, of course. Your path is waiting. Tell Brabus and McCabe I sent you. They have what you need. They're the next step on your journey. Till next
Okay.
time.
Amazing. I have a dog. Come on, friend.
Mr. Mayor should just listen more, like you and I do.
Oh, there's more armor than before. You got gloves, pants. Oh, well, they just added gloves. Never mind. Okay. It said I got a new trait. Kinship. Reduces friendly fire damage dealt and received. Oh, cool. And I guess I have to level up my handler. How do you do character? Because is it tab? It is tab. Okay. You get, oh, you can get different dogs. I have guard dog. Will follow me and generate threat while attacking. All damage they take is reduced by 20%. Single press, double tap, hold. Reduces damage by 15% to all allies within 20 meters. Okay. Handler, prime archetype, silent whistle. Next level, another level of kinship. Okay. Okay. This is cool. I like that. I think that's pretty cool. Alright, let's go talk to, what? Yo, what's up, buddy? Hi. Can I give you armor? Do you get, like, armor? No, I don't think so. I think you just got what you got. Yo, bud, check out my dog.
Just need to go see Riggs. He can probably help with my gun. You look like you need some shooting practice.
Wallace told me to see you. Said it was the next step in my journey.
Talks to the root? I don't trust Wally with a hot meal. But I also ain't dumb enough to cross him. I don't reckon he was any more specific.
He said you'd know what I needed.
Right. Well, the boy's crazy, but he ain't stupid. And I can see your gear is, lacking, to say the least. If he asks,
Alright.
you tell him I gave you this. No charge. Riggs is gonna talk my ear off if I don't send you over to him next, isn't he? Fine. Go see Riggs, then. Tell him he can do whatever the hell he wants. Those guns that Brabus sells are better for killing than hunting.
Awesome. I have claw. Oh, that's cool. Is Riggs down here? Riggs, buddy. It's me again.
Oh, friend. Glad to see you're all right. What can I do for you?
You're Wriggler, right?
That's right, but everybody calls me Riggs. I try to keep folks safe out there. My specialty is armor and weapons upgrades. Speaking of which, Bo mentioned you might need some help getting your feet back under you. Well, whatever you need, don't be afraid to ask. We all
I need
help
everything.
each other out here. Even McCabe.
Brave has told me
I
to
don't
see you.
suppose he was more particular about why.
He said you were going to talk his ear off if he didn't.
Yeah, that sounds like Brabus. Right. Well, I've got a pretty focused skill set. I reckon I know what he means. Come to me if you ever need to upgrade your equipment.
Yeah. Upgrading. Some characters can upgrade your items with materials found in the world or by defeating enemies. Upgrading is essential to keeping up with the increasingly difficult enemies in the game. So I could upgrade something. Long gun, rusty lever action. Am I supposed to or not?
Did Bo send you over here, or did you stumble your way over here yourself?
Actually, Wally said you could help me with my journey.
You're serious, aren't you? Alright, so what the hell is this journey?
It sounds crazy to me. I just got here.
It sounds crazy, but that's how I know you ain't lying. Only Wally would do that to a person. Fine. Well, the only reason anyone bothers me is because I'm good with a hammer. So either I can modify your weapons, or we can find a more creative use for it.
Amazing.
Tell you what, I heard you picked up something strange on your little jaunt earlier. Maybe I could do something with it.
Are you the one that makes new weapons? Merchants buy and sell items for scrap. Craft. Healing shot. Concussive shot. Scrap shot. Or hot shot. Fires a caltrops grenade that explodes to the ground to cover an area of 6 meters. Deal 20 damage per second and slow. When no ally is struck, payload lays dormant until an ally gets close. It lasts 30 seconds, losing potency over time. You want to go with this one?
There. That ought to help with whatever journey he saw you on. Just tell Wally to be more specific next time.
Yeah, he
done
should.
here,
I agree.
Or do I need the hammer again?
You need a hammer again. I don't have any questions. Can you craft something?
Let's see what... Look, it's not pisses me off, so I'll make you a deal. You find anything interesting out there? Oh, and if you tell anyone I was nice to you...
Alright, bet. Come on, dog. Let's go talk to Ford.
You look ready to face anything. What do you say? Ready to see what's down there with me?
Yes.
Glad to hear it. Follow me.
I'm ready to actually shoot stuff now that I have, like, skills and the like. Yeah. I'm guessing it's going to be a fair while before I would be able to dual class.
Still smells like home.
We'll be going down to the old ward? Finally, a fucking
Crank the handle
flashlight.
to make it work. This used to be a research facility, cutting edge. We did things down here nobody dreamed of. Not before nor since. Yet, for all our manpower, we didn't know what the stones really were. Until it was too late.
The stones?
The world stones. Giant red crystals that let us see into other worlds. Even travel to them. So, what? We just hide the stones away and hope the Soviets haven't found their own. No. We had to know everything there was to know about them. It was a matter of national security. Of pride. So, yeah. We opened the door and walked through.
But something was waiting on the other side.
It didn't happen right away. Hell,
Not right away,
the
of course not.
inhabitants of the worlds we traveled to couldn't follow us. We thought we were safe. But yeah, the route found a way. After that, well... We all... Locked, huh? Well, this is my house. Come on. I gave Ellen a few things to hang on to in case of emergency. She must have hidden it around
Wait,
here
bro.
somewhere.
Oh, this is the old... Yeah, this is where Riggs... Oh, okay. Alright, I see what we're doing. This is where the commander was. What's up, man? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Or Saturday, depending on what time it is for you. Is it behind this picture? Bro, I'm so fucking smart.
That red thing, we call it a dragon heart. Ha, don't ask why. Take it with you. You might need it.
Yeah, I'm taking this with me. 100%. Did you find a key?
Let's go. There you are. Hurry up.
I'm supposed to use the matchbook? Sounds like there's something sliding around in here.
Matchbook you found. I got a hunch.
Oh. Okay.
Let's get this door unlocked. Can't stand around all day.
I wonder where the master key is then, if you can still find that.
Is that the...
The World Stone. Yes. Or part of it, anyway. Every shard's as useful as the whole. We shut it down after Harsgard died.
I don't know who
Like
that
I
is.
told Ellen at the time. The damn thing's more dangerous than useful. Huh. Of course not. Never mind. Now, let's see if that worked.
Whoa.
What exactly?
I think it worked. Can I keep that? Yeah, that seems like that box is going to be really useful. Can I just take that and put it in my backpack?
So many years. So many journeys. I wonder if the Andrew Ford who first touched this crystal, did he ever come back? Go back. Tell Bo to bury this place. Not just lock it away, but get some explosives and bury it in a tomb of concrete. More dangerous than useful, traveler. Remember that.
Ford? Ford? Ford!
Wait, he just fucking left?
Bo is gonna be pissed.
That bastard did it. He actually woke it up.
Clementine. Hey.
Did he tell you how to use it? Do I even want to?
System failure is imminent. The core has been compromised. The utility is required.
What do I need to go turn the power on again? What?
Don't let go! No, I'm slipping! Somebody take me!
Well, now I got 2 people to find.
Shit! 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 No, don't do it. Don't you do it! Oh, this is so stupid.
Sick. Well, we didn't turn it off, so I should be able to get back then. Note, this session is now joinable. New gift. Other armor set, void armor set, radiant armor set, survivor pack. Okay, alright, pause. Where it did the survivor pack just like open? Is that how that? 12. Oh. I mean, why would I not put this on, right? Why would I not? Did that give me any guns? No, I don't think so. Just armor. Vibrant red color. While it may not provide as much protection. Allow mobility. Ah! How heavy is this? Weight is 8 per piece. This is 6 per piece. 8. I don't have an elder. Oh yeah, I do. It's this one. Weight 24. Light. Fast dodge. No stamina cost penalty. But like if I put this on, that immediately takes me up into... We'll try this. If I get like fucked, then I'll switch to one of the other armors. But I forgot about that, so... Wow. Dog? Yeah, I look a little different, so... Just don't worry about it.
Ford? Shit! Where are you guys?
Iron?
This is
Nice.
all insane. With the Crystal and Ford. Stop the monsters!
I'm a little confused as to why my gun has a suppressor, but like... We'll roll with it. Oh, it's full auto. Oh, I love it. Is this full auto? Oh, it is. Uh-oh. If I go to... Where's the thing? Advanced stats. Where it tells me, like, where I am in relation to the zone. I don't know. Well, this is, like, the first thing, so maybe that's not a thing yet. I don't know.
Fight them together, friends!
Good job, dog. What we got back here? Some iron. Can I go up this ladder? Yes, I can. Have ammo boxes. Blood roots. What's the bottle? The bottle is... Increases experience gains for 60 minutes. Oh! Only one concoction may be active at a time. That's amazing. I love that. Relic dust and black tar. Cool. How did the dog get up there and how's the... Okay. I'll allow that. It's a video game. Where? Ooh, what that?
Keep them away!
What are you? Oh, that's just like a fire. That didn't seem to alert them to my position, so that's good. More iron, love that. Gonna get so many upgrades. Dog's doing great. Got him. Easy. Alright, I'm gonna use my pistol now for a little while, get some ammo back. Ah! What? What? Oh, so I didn't die. Well, where am I now? Now. Gotcha. Mysterious stone. Nah, I'm gonna use one of these. Good job, dog. I'm proud of you.
Fight them together, friends!
My dog is cooler than your dog. Alrighty. Oh. Ow. Man. I killed that saw dude. He didn't even touch me. But then his little minion came up from behind and fucking... Boo. If this did more damage, I'd use it more. But the assault rifle does some pretty good damage. And it has the weapon mod. Well, maybe this, like, loops up and around. Oh, I want to go... Yeah, this way. Ah, Tome of Knowledge.
Over there!
Quiet, you. Is this going the right way? I need to go right at this junction. Fuck. I'm gonna go back. I'm going to go back, and I am going to go to the portal, or whatever the hell this thing is that I need to go to, which I didn't realize if I just went fucking straight from the World Stone, then I would have gotten to that. I have one trade point available, do I? No cooldowns. Mod generation, I think, is what I want. Nah, more health. Yes, commit. Really, Noob? You damn right. You damn right, Azo. What's up? Welcome to the stream. Going the wrong way. I caved. I caved. I wasn't going to get this game. At least until I finished the first one. But I didn't. Am I just starting? More or less. I'm like, probably half an hour, 45 minutes in. I'm like right past the tutorial when you, you're like actually playing the game. I got all this cool armor that I definitely earned and did not pay money for. You get him, dog. I'll just let you... Hey, don't shoot my... Don't hit my dog. Get some Red Bull. FD4. Yeah, I'm not sure. I thought I was going to enjoy Season 1 a little bit more, but, like, I got to, like, level 49 or whatever on my rogue, and I'm like... Eh. Ow. Ow. Yeah, I wasn't vibing with it super hard. So I'm really hoping that the next season of Destiny 2 is good. Somebody want to open the door?
She comes. She comes.
We need to crouch. All Blizzard games for free? No, wow. Oh, wow.
The Nightweaver. She's coming. Blackness. Nothingness.
Can you open the door?
Why?
Maybe I did it. Maybe I wasn't supposed to come back this way. Shit.
She comes.
Madman. Behind an iron gate leading to a walled-off estate, I hear someone raving about something called the Nightweaver. To learn more, I need to find a way inside. So I need to go all the way back and do whatever the fuck I just left from because I'm an idiot. Amazing! At least they made it so out of combat you don't lose stamina, so I can just sprint the whole way back. And it shouldn't take too long. Shouldn't take too long.
Trespassers, stop them!
Where? You? Alright. Threat neutralized.
This is it.
Ooh, spooky. I'm not falling for that. I'm not getting pulled back down to fucking whatever. Eat it, dick. Oh, another one of these? Oh, I didn't want to use the dragon heart. Shit. Oh well. Forgot that's not mapped to Q anymore, so. Whoa. Side path. Okay. Side path. Oh, that means there's probably like a world stone in here. Yeah. Yeah. Refill my ammo, refill all my shit. Yeah. Resting at checkpoints replenishes ammo and relics at the cost of respawning all basic enemies. In multiplayer, resting also respawns allies. Everybody must do the thing to rest. Oh. Interesting. Oh, so you can... Do I want to go back? How much, like, iron do I have? I have a bunch. Yeah, I'll go back. I'll go back. I'll upgrade my weapons a little bit. No. This is already a side path. You can use the area map. Not sure where to go. Look for the exclamation point. Okay. We will love, yeah, I need to get to whatever this is. To the house. Oh well. I'll finish this and then maybe I'll go back to the ward. I don't know.
Oh,
Ow.
this looks bad.
Oh, wow. Oh, I'm gonna die so soon. Fuck you. She didn't even drop anything. There's a chest over here, though. That's alright. Whenever I rest at a thing, it gives all my dragon hearts back, so... Just, you know, this is probably a pretty big... Oh, no, it actually doesn't look like this is a big area at all. Never mind. Never mind.
That's a lot of clocks.
Oh, very interesting read. Bandage, nice. We like bandages. Is there anything... Am I supposed to set that to a time? Okay, so it's shorthand like right before 11 and longhand. Open. 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 That's not it? Oh, is it 2 minutes after? Open. 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 Like, it looks like all of the clocks in here are set to, like, or is it in here? I'll tell you what. Time, it done stopped, like the sky just halted. It's working, the village clock, that is, just like in the stories. Now that I see it myself, I can't keep this flywheel with me. I barely made it home as is. If they catch me, though, they might take it and start the clock again. Doom us all. I'll tell you where it is, though. Doubt them bleeders can read, and you should know, too. In case you make it through this while I... Check the house clock, but you know that old bird won't just open for anyone. Look to the tower, girl. You'll know what to do. Oh. So what time is it on the tower? That looks like I should be able to break it and go through. Well, where's the clock tower? That's what I need to find. I don't see anything around here that even loosely looks like it could resemble a clock. Look to the tower. Is there another way out of this room? And whatever tower that letter is talking about is through there? Ah, so there is. Oh, this is just for a Tome of Knowledge, though. Check the house clock, but you know it won't just open for anyone. Look to the tower, you'll know what to do. Are we back? Is it back? Did it not? Did it leave? We are back. Fuck yeah. Love that. Love that for us. That's my internet being kooky. Absolutely love that. He says, look to the tower. What fucking tower? Oh. I don't see no tower with no clock on it. I guess I'll go back to, like, this isn't a huge area, so I can just go back to the start. And see if there was something back there that I missed, but, like... I'm not sure. Look to the tower. I think I might need to go back. I think it might be in the main area, because I don't see anything that looks like a clock tower or anything. Alright, so I need to go just like straight this direction.
Okay, this is it. Kill him!
Yeah, bad. Get fucked, mate. Dude, dog is saving me a ton of ammo. Keep going this way. You suck. Yeah, handler level 1. What does that mean? Gain 3% range and skill damage while the companion is active and within 25 meters of the player. Lovely. Wow. Now that's just swell. Is there an enemy back there? Why are you? Oh, it's another one of these guys. That's alright. Wind gun will just carry me, and then I only need to, like, shoot him twice. So.
Well, at least that's over.
Alright. I need to go this way. Dog is full health. I am full health. My ammo is low. Long gun ammo. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Yeah, this is where I got to last time, and I was like, pass. Because I couldn't open this door. What if I, like, go through the window? And I ask very politely. Oh. Now I see. Now I see. I have found the main pathway. Maybe there's a clock tower in here. Maybe. Consumables. You can buy them from Reggie. Using and conserving ammo. Any status effects. Very cool. Should you try it? Do you like Dark Souls? I would say, like, elevator pitch for this game is like Dark Souls meets Gears of War. It's not Dark Souls when you see it. Well, when you play it, you will understand. It's got the dodge. It's got the, you know, the stamina conservation. It's Dark Souls with guns. And, well, and there's melee weapons too, but it's like primarily weapon-based combat. Oh, eat a dick. Eat a fucking dick. Get him, dog. Oh. Oh, the dog stopped, dropped, and roll. FOV's pretty high. This isn't even as high as it'll go. You can crank it up more. But, like, higher than this is... Oh! Just a little too much. Like, it can go all the way up to like that. And that just feels a little excessive. Ah! Holy shit. Yeah, wind gun is pretty cool. New relic fragment. Stagger damage. Oh, I can put... Oh, wow. That's cool. Little guys I can put into my dragon heart that give me, like, build crafting stuff. That's sick. That's pretty cool. Oh, shit. Thanks. Good thing I went handler. Thanks, dog. Appreciate it. Wasn't looking at my health. Why not stream on Kick? No. For personal slash, yeah, personal reasons. I don't want to. You're downloading? Sick. Sick. I think the game took me like 25 minutes, like half an hour to download. But I have pretty decent internet, and I'm the only one home. So, like, the only thing that's actively using the internet right now is, like, my computer. And Twitch, I don't know. It's like I think overall, like, Twitch has a better, like, live streaming experience as far as, like, the features and everything. But, I don't know. I just wasn't super happy with the way that, you know, they're, like, decisions that they're making lately. There's no discoverability on the platform. I don't know. Like, realistically, was it smart for me to leave that? Like, probably not. I had already gained affiliate status. If I, you know, spent more effort into actually trying to build a community, I could have maybe started to monetize it, but... If you weren't subbed, you never would have found, TBH. True. Yeah, no, I've been meaning to... I need to start, like, cutting up shorts and making stuff to put on my channel to feed people to come into the channel, and then, you know, maybe somebody, my video shows up in a feed, they see it, they go to my channel, oh, he's live, hey, you know? Because YouTube shorts are popping off. Oh my Jesus. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Oh my damn. Oh, I got a dragon heart. Oh. Shit and balls. Oh, man. Holy shit. You alright, dog? Alright. I wonder if I pet you if it makes you regen faster. Put on timestamps if something gets crazy. I mean, if you can, like, you could just, like, clip it. Like, YouTube has a clipping feature for live streams. And then, like, I'm pretty sure if I go into my studio, I can see any clips that people make, and then, like, I could export it, cut it down for, you know, edit it for a short. Ow. What? Fuck off. Damn, I suck. I'm bad. You don't get more dragon hearts, so that means now I can't heal myself anymore outside of the one blood root that I have. Ooh, a ring. What does the ring do? Increases gray health regen by 2 per second. Amazing. Amazing. Wait, why did it stop? Oh, I guess it only goes up to there. Yes, and then over this way. Are any of you... I just want to go this way. No, not another fucking... Go. Not dealing with you right now, bro. Oh! Oh! No! You gotta be fucking kidding me. This is on normal difficulty. Jesus Christ! What the shit and fuck balls, dude? Wow. That's definitely where I was supposed to go. Yeah, the first game was tough too. Oh, I dodged too late on that one. Oh! Dog, go! Dog! I don't care if you're on fire. Go! You being on fire is not my top priority right now, dog. I don't care. Alright, you'll be fine. We'll roll around. I'll chill here for a little bit. Let you get your health back. I'll even pet you a little bit because I think that helps. Never mind, I can't. I'm not allowed. Yeah, climb up, jump down. Okay. By the way, sound is kind of low. For like everything or like the game sound? Everything? Really? Oh, shit. Oh! Dog, I need you, bro.
Hey, thanks for that.
Nah, we're not playing around. You're getting wind gunned, motherfucker. Okay, headshots against this guy are useless because he's wearing armor. He's got that helmet on. Good to know. Jeez. Yeah, this is the game's first, like, actual dungeon. No way. It sucks. I can't really melee them because then they light you on fire. And it just eats at your health. Go, dog. Good job, dog. Oh, that's another wizard. Nah, I need a dragon heart. Oh my shit. Jesus. No way! Now I'm like diseased. I don't know if I have anything to... I'm just gonna have to fucking deal with it. I don't have any dragon hearts left. Holy shit. He had thorns? Oh, I didn't notice. And the worst part is, like, if I tried to go back to a world stone and try to get all my shit back, then, like, all of these guys would respawn. Huge L. Get the fuck out of here. No, no thorns. That. It was those things. That fucking poison. It's like I stopped playing Diablo 4, and then I died of poison pool after death effects. Like, what am I... You know? That's one of the things I didn't like in Diablo. That was the same one. He was the big fat wizard, not the skinny wizard. I just can't get away from the fucking after death effects, no matter what game I play. And then okay. I deserve that. I deserve that. I deserve that. D4 when it's good. And new Destiny raid coming out in like a month. New season. Final shape showcase at the end of August. Starfield. Baldur's Gate 3. It's a good year. We're eating good this year as gamers. No doubt about it. We eating good. All right, now to do this and not be shit is the goal. Why does it say I'm in combat right now? I think my problem is just that I hold like no fucking ammo for my my primary weapon. Unless I'm supposed to, after I die, rest at the checkpoint and like I'm not coming back with full ammo. Like, I don't know.
Get the outsider!
Get the outside. Here's but a flesh wound.
Nice catch, dog. I didn't even know there was an idiot there. All right. Uh-oh. No, I wanted a wind gun. You bitch! I didn't want to do both of them, but that's fine. Nope. I don't think so.
Oh, it's over.
Spirit of the Wolf. Increase movement speed by 10%. All allies within 10 meters of the handler gain the handler's movement speed. If my movement speed is faster. Sick. Ever played Tekken 8? I'm not much of a fighting game guy. BRB. Got it. Yeah, I'm not huge into fighting games. Am I not supposed to be in here? I don't know. I don't know. Don't even get to try. Ah, I tried to dodge that. Holy fuck. Stop. Oh, get the fuck out of here. I don't think I can get res from that. I do not think I can get res from that. Okay, I'm gonna rest at the thing and see if it gives me more ammo. No, it doesn't. I can only hold like 4 or 5 clips. Maybe I should upgrade some stuff. Cotton's Kiln is where I'm supposed to be. Yeah, so I'm going to go back to the ward.
Oh, thank the founder. You're alive. What happened?
A lot.
Yeah, I'll bet if the World Stone's involved. Maybe, start at the beginning. You were with the founder in the old ward, right? Where'd he go?
Left.
I knew the founder was up to something. I mean, who else wants to visit the old ward, huh? Look, I'm sorry you got involved in this, Traveler. So, then what happened?
Clementine showed up. The stone took her.
Clementine? Where is she? Is she okay?
I don't know.
Right, sorry. Clementine, she means a lot to all of us. We gotta find her. I'll get everybody together. If she went through the World Stone, she could be anywhere.
It's my fault. I'll find her.
That, but she could be anywhere.
What do you eat? It's a breakfast sandwich. Bacon, egg, and cheese on sourdough.
I'll get Brabus and Riggs. I'll tell them to
Along with my shitty coffee that I don't want to drink the rest of because it sucks. But
I'd be putting the whole town at risk. Clem wouldn't want that.
it's getting cold, and then I'm really not going to want to drink it. So
We gotta trust you on this, like you said. Is that all right?
any help you can give me is fine.
Talk to the folks around town. They should have any supplies you need. You know, Ford used to tell me, old Commander Ford, not the founder, that a leader and a hero are two different things. The leader's place is always with her people. I thought she was just taking a dig at her grandfather for leaving all the time, but I think I'm starting to understand her better now. Hey, let me know as soon as you find Clem, okay?
I like cold coffee. I like cold coffee, like coffee that is made to be cold. Like, this is a hot coffee that is getting cold. I like my hot coffee warm. Oh, cool. We moved the stone up. That's fantastic. So do you, like, upgrade anything?
Right.
Okay.
Good luck.
Okay, you don't. I don't care. Leave me alone. Like, cold brew? Like, I fuck with cold brew hard. Upgrade weapon? Alright, fine. Maybe that's what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to come back and, like, talk to these guys first.
How goes it, friend?
It doesn't go good. I died a lot. Let's do everything once. That leaves me with 21. Can he do... he doesn't do armor? Who upgrades the armor? Oh, that's Whispers, right? No, Whispers does the stuff with the like super rare thing. He like maxes out your armor, I think. Okay, I can't do... Oh, I could just buy it. No, I'm good. Where was Whispers? Brabus, Dwell, Wally, Reggie, Mudtooth, Cass. He's back this way. Talk to Mudtooth too. Who are you? You're Cass?
Damn, it is you. The rumors had me thinking I might not ever see you again.
I had to come back and make sure you're okay. Yeah, I care about you.
Sweet as rhubarb pie, ain't you? So where have you been? They said you ran off with that old Ford fella and disappeared.
That
You mean
one.
that big ass floating gym over there? Bo said it can take you other places, other worlds even.
That's
Before
correct.
we got here, I'd have laughed in his face. Feels
All right,
like
look,
anything can be
let's
true
go on
here.
with this. So you're all better? Cool.
Hell, maybe it was full.
What are you doing now?
You know me. I get anxious. I was just doing what I do to serve, but so hey, if
You have a shop. What are you selling? This. You can buy one of these. Often used to bolster relics and equipment. I'm gonna buy it because in the first game you use that to get dragon heart charges. So yeah. I'm Whispers, got no speech. I remember you, bud. You got longer hair. Need protection out there? I sell armor. Do you upgrade armor? Oh, he just sells like the other sets of armor. That's it. It's a Noob. Ooh, a ring? When receiving healing effects, gain haste for 10 seconds. Interesting. Okay, cool. So what, who are you?
Hey,
Who are you?
you're the newcomer, ain't you?
Nora?
Well, you're lucky they found you when they did.
Are you the doctor?
There ain't much I haven't seen before.
What do you have to sell? Things that overload various status effects. Okay. I'll buy a couple of these.
See you around.
And that's like all my money.
So many new faces. Welcome, traveler. I'm Reginald.
Oh, Reggie, what's up, buddy?
Can't say this. You mean the
They went into the crystal. Do you have anything to trade? Okay, you sell other shit. All damage received is increased by 200%, but damage dealt is increased by 10%. Why would you ever wear that? That's so terrible. Fire ring, ice ring, acid ring. Old metal tool. The handle of this metal object has a reassuring weight to it. While the solid base looks like it could withstand a lot of wear and tear, while its purpose is uncertain, it appears to be a sturdy and reliable tool.
Take care, traveler.
Okay. And then I want to go over and talk to Wally, because it said relic upgrades, so maybe he is who I go to now to upgrade my dragon heart. You find loot? Not really. No. Like, there are some items that you can, like, find out in the game, but, like, it's like to get new guns and stuff, like, you have to kill bosses and they drop, pieces. And then you make a gun out of the piece from that boss. I'd like to see what you can craft. More luminite crystals. Resets all trait points. Oh, cool. Okay. And then whatever this is. I do have the stone, but I don't have enough crystals or scrap. I thought you could upgrade your armor.
Until next time.
I really thought you could. Weapon mods, special weapons. I haven't killed any other bosses, so I can't get any other guns yet. Oh yeah, I did forget to turn the FOV down. I have it on like that. Yeah, that feels fine. That's definitely tighter than I had it before, but I might turn it back up. I think I was on like 1.3. Oh, excuse me. All right, how much iron do I have left? Weapon mods. Yeah, sure. I still have 21. And if I don't know. And you don't have anything else? You don't have any other weapon mods that I can get?
What is it?
Can you craft something? No, not yet. Okay.
Bye.
Okay. All right, well, now that my stuff is upgraded a little bit more, my armor isn't. But like... I don't know. I don't know how to upgrade the armor. I don't know if I can do that yet. You could upgrade armor in the old game. Well, in the first game. Because, like, my weapons, like, that's a +1, you know? But... I don't have any unspent trait points. Okay, so go up, go left. Oh, I got pretty far. I think I'm going to keep exploring this. Feels like I'm playing a different game now. Good job, dog. Okay. And I don't know if the if upgrading gives you more ammo capacity. It doesn't really look like it. Ooh. Ah. Not smart to turn my back to all of those enemies. Oh, interesting. It looks like if you can melee them before they light themselves on fire, they don't... Interesting. Ooh. I thought I got everybody. Oh. Ah, I wasn't even paying attention. I should be saving my gun ammo for the, like, stronger enemies. Or at least I should be trying to. My health isn't doing too bad. Alright. Oh, there's another wizard? Okay. Not too bad. I'm pretty sure there's another thick wizard up here. If I remember correctly. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Oh, there's a ladder over here.
Damn, this ain't good.
I got a dragon heart. Health is way too low.
Here they come.
I guess I'll go this way. Amazing. That's amazing. Dog, what are you doing, bro? Fucking dog, man. Crazy. Oh. I'm staying up here, actually. You guys can all fuck off. All right. There's like a mid-level in that building. And you can get out through the middle level. Man, I just must really like lighting myself on fire for no fucking reason. It's just a hobby of mine, you wouldn't understand. I wouldn't expect you to get it.
Ain't looking good. Stop that!
Ooh, a new ring. A new ring. Reduces mod power requirement by 15%. Activating a mod costs 15% health as gray health. I don't know what gray health is. I'm not entirely sure what that means. I'm going to be 100% on the real. I have no fucking clue what gray health is. No, nobody's here. I gotta. I gotta. Now I only have one more. Oh, there's a guy up there. How did he get up there? Also, no. What are you doing? Come back. Fuck that guy. Got it. Yeah, I need to get whatever oh, this is another checkpoint. Oh, lovely. Yes, right before the boss. I am not in combat. The dog's in combat, not me. Amazing. I'm not in combat. I don't know why shooting a couple times fixed it, but whatever. Yay. Relics can replace your Dragon Heart, offering unique and specialized benefits. Equip them in your relic slot in your inventory. Talk to Dwell. Do I have to inspect it? Yeah, what do I have? What do I have? Can I switch? I have 4 of them. I have melee attack speed, melee damage, mod duration. I think I'm going to go stagger damage, melee damage, melee attack speed. On use heals 70 health over half a second. So it's not even a full heal. I thought it was. All right. Here we go. First actual boss. 2.5 hours into the game. I fought the tutorial boss, but this is the first real boss that we're going to fight. You get some ones in the chat if you're ready for a boss fight. I'm going to kill him. Or will I? Yeah, I'm going in. Ooh, cutscene.
They called me crazy. Who's crazy now?
Oh, jeez.
Feast on this, bastard!
I think you're still the crazy one.
Kill 'em! Kill 'em all!
Wendell the Unburnt. Yeah, she's got a helmet, so... I'm not sure that I can jump up there. Wendell, where you at? Where you at, girl? Wendell, we do not have to fight like this. Oh! Okay. Okay, that's the strat. The iframes were absolutely cracked for that jump. First Dragon Heart. Yeah, I see what the play is now. Ah. Do I have any ammo boxes? I'm gonna use one. Ammo box was like 1,000% worth. Ah! Okay, that one was not fair. Yay! Eat shit!
I can't believe I killed that thing.
How? Well, I need to get up there. I need the drop. Unless the alkalist powder is the drop. It probably is.
Pretty sure that thing would be dead.
For Tekken 8 or Mortal Kombat 1? I'm not a huge fighting game guy, TBH. So no, not really. Looks cool. I think they just announced, what, like Homelander and a couple other people for Mortal Kombat 1? So that's pretty cool. More health. Okay. Yeah, let's keep going. I guess that's probably just ammo up there. But why would ammo drop up there if I can't get up there, you know? Ooh. Another stagger damage rune fragment. Or mod, whatever the fuck it is. I don't know. I don't know. But we did it. I killed the boss. First try, too. I didn't even die. Didn't even have to have the dog revive me. Awesome. Okay, well now, I guess... Oh, this puts me inside... Yes! Yes, beautiful, amazing, lovely! This is exactly what I wanted. Now I'm on the inside of the wall here. Yes, it's another checkpoint! Let's fucking go! You have enough resources to craft a weapon mod. See, this is what I'm talking about. Let's go talk to McCabe. Dude. Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo. My girl, what's up?
You again.
Can you craft something? Why can't I use spacebar to... What do you got? Witchfire. Fires a highly volatile projectile that explodes to leave a line of flaming terrain. Deals 55 fire damage per second. Applies burning. Da-da-da-da. Okay. Yep, I'll take it. I will take it. D4 dev streams on? Oh, that's on in a half an hour. I'm going to put that on. Actually, thank you for reminding me because I want to watch that too. I'll put that on over this. It's on now? No, oh, 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's 11 a.m. Pacific. Yeah, I'll watch it on stream. Let me give me a second. Where should I put it? Should I cover up dog? Ooh, let me docs, chat, close this. Here we go. Okay, and then I need this. Hopefully this isn't anything compromising. Don't look at that. You don't see that. You don't see that. Okay. Yes, there we go. Boom. And that, the audio will come through. It'll come through same where my, thing was. Yeah, I guess I'll keep that up there for now. That's fine. Yeah. All right. So, I now have new weapon mod. How do I get new weapon? Ah, I should have done the... Oh, I don't have enough scrap, actually. Wow.
You know where to find me.
Wow. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any sound from... Oh, it's muted. I was like, oh, that's weird. There's no... Okay. You can hold 4 rings. Wow. And then let me actually... For now, just turn the in-game music way down in here. Just so that doesn't, like, interfere with, things. Select world settings to re-roll the current campaign. Yeah. Cutest clock. The clock tower! I'll be able to open up that clock in the, in the thing. I just need to find the clock tower and see what time it is. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Here we go. What's that, like 11:17? Yeah. Let me go in here and see what's going on, but like... Does this work? Climb up the outside. I will climb up the outside. That's fine. What the fuck? Pull out my pistol, so hopefully I can conserve some. Ow! Ow! We are not doing that, bro. I can't just go up and around this way. I'm gonna fight a boss at the top of this tower that's just like a giant one of those, aren't I? I can feel it coming. Go. Squee bottom do. Nice jumping skills. Only a few more weeks. Hugh, afore I'm home. I hope these letters will do till then. Ever tell you how your great grandfather Lamarck, you saved town? One day, word reached the villages that a pack of bandits planned to attack at nightfall. Left the tower to help build defenses. Something strange happened. The clock stopped with no one to wind it. And then it was as if time itself stopped with it. The day stretched longer than it should have, and the villagers had all the time they needed to defend themselves. Interesting. Interesting. I forgot to send in the last letter. Something terrible has happened. Some kind of demons started attacking. Folks don't seem to notice them, at least not until it's too late. I reckon it's the clock. Can't wait no longer. Is it coming up? I think it is. Yeah! So I need to find a gear or something. Do I go back down? Did I miss it on the way up, maybe? I'll check this room. If it's not in here, then I'm going to take the elevator back down. We need Barb nerf. It can still kill mobs. Bye-bye, dog. Oh. Hey. Season 2 is a real Season 1. Everybody knows this. Once the gem thing is fixed and resistances are fixed. Going back up. I watch the stream? Yeah, of course. Yeah, if I play a game like this, I want to know what's going on. And they already talked about how this is going to be 1-1-1, primarily Barb and Source changes. Which, like, I rolled a rogue for Season 1, so it's, like, cool, but I don't know, see what else they talk about. I don't really care about those changes. I mean, eventually, like, if I eventually play a Sork. I was thinking about rolling Barb for this season, but I decided not to. Checha Season 2? No, that's what I said. Because that's when the resistances are getting fixed, the gem stash is getting added, like... Elemental resistances are useless. And it's like, that's... The best Sork build in the game relies on heavy elemental resistances, so it's like... You can't play the character, essentially. Where's this fucking gear? Now I gotta go the whole way back down just to find the thing that I missed. Oh no! Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, there's got to be a ton of, like, casual Andy Diablo dads that exist. Because you got to think, at this point, the primary demographic for games like this have to be, like, people in their mid-30s. Like, they're trying to appeal on the people that really like Diablo 2 and, like, whatever. And it's like, you know, they played those games when they were younger. And now, you know, they've got fucking 6 jobs and 18 kids, and they only have 15 minutes every 3 weeks to play video games, and they just want to get on and play Diablo. You know? And that's fine. It's just the thing that is, like, weird for me about, like, that, like, kind of person is just, like, it doesn't seem... The structure of a game like Diablo, of a game like Destiny, is not catered toward that player. So I'm not entirely sure what it is about games like that that attract these kind of players. Like, it comes up a lot in the Destiny community. I mean, not so much now that they've implemented power ceilings and stuff on day 1 raids, but around the time of when new raids come out. Because, like, if you haven't spent your time grinding, getting all of the best weapons, getting a good armor loadout going around, you go into a day 1 raid, you're fucked. Like, And then it's people are like, well, I think I only played 15 minutes of this season before the raid came out. I should be able to, like, no, you shouldn't. I'm sorry. And that's not saying, like, I don't think that you should not be able to play the content. It's a player of that caliber. Like, if I am playing a community softball game and I hit a home run in that community softball game, I do not complain the next day that I did not get signed to a major league team. Like, you don't just get to skip for, well, in some games you do because you can spend money, but you don't just get to skip from the beginning to the end. The middle is like, it sucks, but it's the fun part. It's getting all of the shit. Like, Diablo's a loot game. Destiny is a loot game. Without the loot, there's nothing to do. I think, like, my favorite thing is the people that, like, that jokingly, I don't think they're joking, but, like, that still say that Diablo 4 is pay to win, even though, like, it's not at all, like, in any sense of the word, at even a little bit right now. But it's like, oh, pay to win. Oh, there's I need to take a sip. I'm starting to get, like, hiccups. I don't think food went the whole way down. Zero. None. Like, when they talked about the battle pass and there's those, I don't know what, the things that you can spend on the box to get, like, you can get more monster XP, blah, 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 like those things. Not only are they on the free track of the battle pass, so if you spent a bunch of money and whatever, for whatever reason, like maxed out the battle pass. No, I take that back. Not only are they on the free level, the free track of the battle pass, but the first one you get is at like battle pass level 6 or whatever. It's in the first 10 and you can't spend it until you're level 40. So it's like, it's so aggressively not pay to win. But, like, if that were the case, what are these YouTubers going to make angry videos about? They have nothing. You know? How am I going to make a rage-baiting YouTube video if there's nothing to rage-bait about? Where's this chest? Chest is next level up. No, I want to go in this way. But there's no stairs in here. All right, whatever. It'll always happen. Yeah, there's shitters no matter what. There's nothing you can do about it. It's like, I played the Division 2 pretty heavy back in the day, and like a lot of the YouTubers now are just like all they do is bitch about the game. Because that motherfucker, man. Second time. Because that breeds, it's you know, all they want is interaction. It doesn't matter if the interaction with the content is positive or negative. The more interaction with the content, the more the algorithm sees, oh, people are watching this and engaging with it. That means they probably like it. I'm going to show it to more people. Like it makes sense. And I fucking hate that because I know that I could do that and that would be really fucking easy. But like, you know, at that point, why don't I just become a right-wing fucking grifter and claim that there are chemicals in the water that are turning my kids trans? Like, that'd be a really easy way to make a lot of money. But, like, I don't want to do that. Why do I have to have, like, morals and standards? Why can't I just grift? I could fucking grift and I would be a millionaire. I would be a fucking millionaire by the end of the year. Give me 3 months. It's not fucking hard. You just have to say the same thing that everybody else is saying, and then sell some weird ass like fucking supplements or like just natural oils or like whatever the fuck. It's not hard. It's really not hard. But I don't want to do that. I do not want to do that. I don't. I clipped that. I think I'm gonna edit that one into a short. I think that's pretty good. I think that one will do pretty well. Okay. Do I want to go top down or bottom up on this one? It's 1, 2, 3 levels up, so I definitely want to go bottom up because there's like 6 levels or something to this. Thanks for the laugh. Hey, that's genuinely why I'm here. So, 0 problems with that whatsoever. Do I go out this way? The weather outside's changing. The sun's affected by the coffee in your hand. My eyes caught in yellow. Oh, yeah. Is it this window? We will love the... Ah! Waiting on me, trying to find ourselves in the snow. Where am I supposed to go? Am I this stupid? Oh no, right here. So long. This is the way I was supposed to go for the first time. You're a Twitter ranter too? I read a lot on Twitter, but I don't post a ton. Because, I don't know, it's pretty cynical, but like whenever I like start writing something up and like thinking about posting it on Twitter, I go, nobody gives a shit. And then I just delete it. So. But yeah, I read a lot of things. I like to read a fair amount of stuff, especially from people that like their viewpoints actively upset me. Like just so I can know what these people are saying and like the logic that they use, and it's fucking crazy. And there's people in every sphere that I interact with on those spaces. Baseball, video games, politics to a certain extent. I read some politics news on the internet, on public forums, if you will. If that's, you know. Fuck, what am I doing? No, I don't want to go down. I want to go up. Get triggered too easily? Yeah. I mean, I do too, to be honest. I get unnecessarily angry at the opinions of strangers on the internet. But, like, then I remember it's just that. It's strangers on the internet. Like, whatever. Like, I remember when I was doing the day 1 raid for Vow of the Disciple with some of my buddies, and there was, like, 1 or 2 guys in the group that I didn't really know. We were a fair amount into it. I want to say, like, probably 6 or 8 hours into the raid. And I don't remember what we were talking about, but I think we were talking about like some YouTube videos that some guys were making. And there's this one Destiny YouTuber who's called Dado. And this one guy was just like, man, I really fucking hate Dado. I genuinely asked him, I was like, why do you feel so passionately about a stranger on the internet? Like, you've never met him. He doesn't even know that you exist. What's the point in holding this, like it's a parasocial, like, not a friendship, the opposite of that. It's like you hate somebody that, you know? And especially on that level. Like, I can get when it comes to, like, a public figure or something, like if they do things that you don't like, or they, you know, in the case of being American, try to strip rights away from you. That's a little different than, like, somebody makes YouTube videos about the game that you play and you don't agree with some of his takes. You know? That's a little different. To hate somebody because of that, I think is pretty telling. How the fuck? I need to get up 1 more level, but I can't fucking figure out how to. Oh, I think I figured it out. No, this takes me up 2 levels. This is the problem I was having before. And then I fell and I died. I did it again. Fuck. It really looks like I should be able to roll across that, but I can't. But those people don't last. I mean, like, yeah. You know, the fucking 5-follower Andys that are, like, trying to speak for everybody with their opinion that is definitely, you know, it's like come on, bro. Like, you're not even, I know that you're not even fooling yourself. You're not fooling me. Always become lol cows. That's right. When you can't do anything else, you just grift. That's the secret. If you don't have any actual discernible talents or skills, just become a grifter. And parrot talking points, and you'll make a lot of money. Like, there was this one girl who was a, like, she did, like, backstage interviewing and, like, hosting for, like, the WWE for sports entertainment, as it's called. And, you know, either her contract ended or she left. She doesn't work there anymore. And now she's fucking grifting on, like, Fox News, talking about, like, how, you know, doctors are forcing kids to, like, transition and take puberty blockers and, like, all of this dumb fucking shit. I'm supposed to jump from over here. This is how you get across. That's how smart I am. What's the point? Why be here? Okay. There's chemicals in the water turning the frogs gay. Just remember that. Stay woke. I need to get down 1 level from here. That's 2 levels. Because, like, if I go to the map, I'm right here. I want to be on this level so I can get this chest. Oh, the dog. Oh, I spent all this time. Oh, this is a different crate. No.
I am writing to you because although a great
Oh, here we go.
is receding from Sanctuary, a new festering curse now spreads its corruption across the land.
Here we go. Can you hear it okay? You want me to turn it up more?
But I cannot do this alone.
I'll turn it up a little bit. Last stream, they didn't look happy. Well, I mean, like...
My strength is dwindling. The malignant are relentless,
you know,
and without mercy.
I don't think anybody's... They knew that was going to suck. They had to come out and say, yeah, we made this patch and you all fucking hated it and we're sorry. And there were some shitty people in these fucking communities. I wouldn't have been happy either with some of the things that people were saying in chat. But that's something that they had to do. They put out a bad
Friday,
patch.
everyone. Welcome to another Diablo 4 Campfire Chat. My name is Adam Fletcher. I am the Associate Director of Community here on Diablo. Joined here by Joe Shelley, Game Director for Diablo 4. Mr. Joe Pipora, which you guys know of, and Joe as well, I guess. So, I mean, familiar faces. Associate Director for
Adam Jackson,
Diablo
lead
4,
class
and of
designer.
course, Adam Jackson, brand new face here. He is our lead class designer for Diablo 4. We have a lot to talk about today. In fact, just note, there's 2 Adams, 2 Joes, so this is going to get really confusing here. And we were thinking about, like, maybe we do like a battle royale or something like that to, you know, determine who talks next or whatever. But I will say we actually do have a lot to talk about. In fact, I would almost say this is like dev update stream worthy.
So at least Campfire Plus.
Campfire Plus, yeah.
Easily.
Plus plus. It was like New Game Plus Plus. Or
Al
okay.
Kaiser?
But we do have a lot to talk about, specifically around patch 1.1.1. Did I say enough ones?
Yeah, you did.
111? 111, patch 111.
We did.
We are going to talk about some balance changes that are going to be coming to that patch. And of course, we're also going to be talking about the dates of when that patch is actually going to be hitting, along with when players will be seeing the patch notes, which will be well before the actual patch does actually hit, but we'll talk about that here in a second. I know we do want to jump right into it because we do have a ton to talk about. So I will actually throw it over here to Adam Jackson because I know he wants to talk a little bit about kind of like the class balance and what we're thinking about for 111.
Yeah, totally. Glad to be here. We have a lot to talk about. So first I want to kind of frame this in our goals and what we're going to be doing in this patch in the immediate future, and then talking a little bit about kind of how the class team feels about classes and kind of what we're thinking in a more mid to long-term space. So for this patch, we've got a lot going on. One of our goals is kind of, I think, obvious to the community. We want to kind of improve the effectiveness and the fun of the Sorcerer and the Barbarian. So we've got a lot of changes coming in there, and I think I want to frame this in two ways of kind of what we're thinking about the Sorcerer and then what we're thinking about with the Barbarian. Because they both have, kind of different things going on. For the Sorcerer in this patch, we're focusing on reducing something that we call Kiss Curse mechanics, which is kind of, I know, a very designery term. But it's this idea that we give you a really cool power effect, and then we kind of take something away or make it nerfed or nerf some other part of you in some way, usually for balance reasons, to make sure that it's not just out of control in power.
Yeah, usually the idea there is, like, to your point, it's like, so we really have, like, 20% we can afford to give you, but if we take 10% of something else away, we can give you 30% or 35% and feel a little bit better about that.
Exactly. Usually it's to sell a fantasy in a really strong way, but we can't, like, do that justifiably without just breaking the mechanic. But we found out in a lot of ways we've been a little too harsh with that, and so we're going to try and reduce or remove that in some cases. And then the other one is late game survivability. We know that the Sorcerers typically have a tough time, when they start pushing those later Nightmare Dungeon tiers, and so we're going to be looking at ways to increase that specifically. And an example of that Kiss Curse mechanic is the Serpentine aspect. If you know that one, it's the one where you can spawn an additional Hydra, but it reduces the duration of your Hydras. That's just no longer going to reduce the duration, it's actually going to increase it. So that's an example.
Wow.
We'll go into more detail later. For the Barbarian, we're focusing on improving the early game and making it feel better and just more fluid.
Our early game sucks.
The Fury generation that you get from your basic skills.
Really bad.
And then we're also looking at the late game for the Barbarian by making a lot of their uniques more attractive and effective. So you're going to see later when we go through the notes that we're going to be changing around usually about one affix per unique, from something that really isn't that attractive for players to something that they really, really want, which we think will help make those items really exciting.
Now, when we make changes to items, specifically items like uniques, many of these changes only take effect on new items, right? Like, I think we have an example of the Hellhammer here.
Yeah, kind of. It's a little bit more complex than that. So we're going to delve into one of our examples of what we're updating here. But when we update a unique item,
damage
we
to
actually
CC
update
was
Hellhammer in
changed to
two
crit
different
strike
ways.
damage.
So we're increasing the duration that the ground is going to be ignited and burning, and then we're also increasing the damage. And that's the actual unique effect power, the exciting thing that the item does. But you can see here on Hellhammer, we're also doing another change where we're actually granting you bonus critical strike damage and removing bonus damage to crowd control enemies.
Oh, really?
Right?
I was
So
doing Whirlwind, and it felt like aggressively okay.
When you log into the game, after this patch, the left version is what you're going to get. So you're not going to get the critical strike damage change with the actual item affix there, the rule.
Oh, never mind. They took crit strike damage off of it.
The upheaval, lasting longer, and doing more damage. On the right, when you find your new items after the patch, you're going to get the new affixes, the new rules, and things on the item.
So new versions of these items will have all of the buffs we're talking about.
New versions will have everything new.
How is this a buff?
And the old versions will get the new stuff on the actual legendary effects, but then you won't have.
No, they did change it. It says it on the screen. Why did they say the left one? Oh, the left one is pre-patch.
Yeah, so going back to kind of other things that we're looking at. So that's
fucking?
the Sorcerer and the Barbarian what we're focusing on. Then generally across all classes, we're doing a few other things as well. We're looking at builds that aren't really hitting a high enough power level, and we're going to be just buffing them and increasing the power of them, so they should feel better and be more competitive.
Okay.
We're also going to be looking at increasing the attractiveness of kind of uniques across the board. We're focusing on Sorcerer and Barbarian for this patch. but we actually believe that we can do this kind of thing across the board. There's a lot of uniques that we think aren't really hitting the mark. It's something that's kind of a tough thing that we talk about a lot on the team, because the roles and the things that the uniques have as far as their item power are all fixed, right? They can't re-roll different stats all over the place. So we could very easily just make all uniques really good by putting all the best stats on the items, right? That's an easy thing to do for us. But we kind of have a push and pull there where we don't want to just make all of them clearly the best items in the game because they have all the best stats and they have really good powers. We want there to be something that's really unique and attractive about them, and you have to kind of think of how you're going to fit these into your character's build. But we think that we are just not hitting the mark on a lot of them, so we're boosting them a little bit and then just kind of seeing how that goes. Next, we're going to be looking at opening up build-specific designs to be more widely useful. So there's a lot of effects on legendary powers and in other places where this effect only works in a very narrow use case, like only on a single skill or a single group of skills, or we use a certain prop to get it. And in many cases, we're just going to open that up to be more widely usable, so that players can actually use them in more different builds or different ways. One example of this that we'll go over later is Chain Lightning's upgrade, Greater Chain Lightning. Currently, it gives you the bounces of Chain Lightning do bonus damage when it bounces off of you. And we're going to change that so that it just does bonus damage when it bounces off of anything. So instead of being kind of a narrow use case where you're only using it like on a boss or a single target enemy and getting value, you'll just get it a lot more often now.
Yeah, it feels like a much better lightning range skill now in that way. It's easier for me to clear packs, so it's good. I like that.
Yeah, totally. So that's kind of what we're looking at for this patch.
Okay, so we talked last week about sort of our things that we want to do, like going forward in the game, other things we want to do. Not all of that stuff is in this patch.
Yeah, no, we have a lot of talks on our team. We have a lot of things that we're thinking about and going on. I thought it'd be really good also to kind of talk a little bit about how we feel about more longer term goals and things.
Ooh, another checkpoint thing.
Yes. So these aren't coming in this patch, but things that we're thinking about that'll come in the future that the team's kind of focused on.
So not
the first one is kind of finding ways to bring different types of damage closer together. As I'm sure many of you in the community know, vulnerable and crit are really, really strong right now. Kind of a lot of the meta is about, you make an enemy vulnerable and then you do bonus damage to them and then you stack as much crit strike chance and crit damage as you can, and then you blow them up, right? Our game actually was foundationally made with other types of builds that aren't only those in mind, right? We have like damage over time or dot damage, things like Firewall.
Thorns.
Shadow Necro does a lot of this. We also have Overpower as a mechanic in our game. And these other different ways to build your character, we want them to have parity with, vulnerable and crit damage.
Yeah, 100%.
So we're going to be trying to find, our goal is to find a way, and we're working on it right now, that all those different ways of dealing damage have a lot of parity. So no matter if you're an Overpower build or a crit build or a damage over time build, you'll be relatively equal in power to all the other different types of ways to play. So another one that we're looking at is adding scaling to builds and effects that don't really scale very well in the game. This is something that I think is a big opportunity for us to open up just excitement in different builds in the game. And what I mean by this is we have a lot of legendary powers and effects that spawn a new thing. An example of this is on the Barbarian, there's some legendary powers that spawn earthquakes or dust devils. Another one is the Necromancer has things that leave shadow trails on the ground that deal damage. And these things, they deal what we call flat damage, which is we give it a damage number, and then that's how much it does, and then that damage number kind of scales with player level. But what we find is that a lot of these things are really good in the early and mid game when they drop, but then when you get to the really late game, they kind of fall off really hard. And what we want to do is find ways to add scaling so that the player can opt into making a build out of these things. So if I want to be an Earthquake Barbarian or a Dust Devil Barbarian, I can actually do that, and it's supported by the game. So that's something that we're really excited about because we think that'll open up a lot more build possibilities. Ultimates are kind of in this range as well. It's a more long-term goal. But similarly, a lot of ultimates are really strong in the early and mid game. You take it, it blows up the screen, feels great. And then in the late game, a lot of ultimates that we see that are just used because they buff the player in some way.
Yeah, they don't blow up the screen the same way anymore.
Yeah, right. I want you to be excited to use Bone Storm because Bone Storm is awesome, not because it gives you a buff, right? Or,
no, the only reason I use Bone Storm is for the 20% crit strike chance. That's it.
To make the game kind of open.
I can't believe that's the one he brought up.
So we've been talking here a little bit about sort of our philosophy here. We're about to get into patch notes. We're about to talk about Sorcerer. But we thought that it was important to talk a little bit about this philosophy, both because we want to be very transparent in terms of how we're thinking about the game and what kinds of why we're making changes, both so that when you see changes, you can understand what we're thinking, like what we're going for, and also so that we can incorporate feedback from the community, feedback from you into these kinds of changes.
Yeah, and that goes down even to the format for this particular live stream, right?
Yeah.
So like we're gonna go through a lot of details really, really soon, which I think people are really excited about. I hope people are really excited about because we're gonna have a lot of those. And then afterwards, we want to hear back from the community about like how how this worked. Like, was this the best way to get this information? Did you get a lot of good data from us, and do you understand why we're doing making the changes that we are? Right, and to Joe's point, again, it's really useful for you to understand these things. It's going to help with the feedback that you give us back. We know whether we're hitting it or not.
Yeah, and this is like a multi-stage type of thing. So we're actually gonna. You guys are about to see a ton of slides here in a second, going through pretty much all the different detailed balance changes that are coming across the classes. But then, like we said, like we do plan on releasing patch notes so that you guys can actually read them in more detail. And in those patch notes will be, additional information such as like all the bug fixes and so forth that will be coming in with the game itself with 1.1.
Man, why do I have to use the bathroom?
Do we know when we're
right
getting
now?
we plan on releasing those?
So we are. Look at this. We had planned this to talk about it later, and now like
sorry.
And now you're just gonna spoil it. We're actually gonna release patch notes, full patch notes. You guys will see these patch notes first here on the stream, but we will release patch notes next Wednesday on August 2nd, so that everyone will end up seeing it. We'll talk about the patch date here at the end of the stream. We're closer to the end of the stream.
Yeah, so just wait for the end of the stream. We'll talk about when that's going to go out.
But
the patch
what we
is
do want to
probably
do
gonna
is
be
we
that
do want to
Friday,
jump
then.
straight into
Or that
the
Thursday.
balance changes and so forth.
Yeah.
And we
If they're
do want to
releasing the
start
patch
off
notes on
with
Wednesday, 'cause they do their hot
sorcerer.
fixes
So
on Thursday.
we have a lot of different slides and changes here that we do want to
Jesus
detail.
Christ.
So Adam, I know, wants to go through them all.
Yeah, totally. So I think what I'll do is just give you a few moments to look at the screen and kind of see what we're doing, and then talk high level about some of the bigger changes here. So flickering firebolt is one. We're changing firebolt to basically just generate mana when you hit an enemy. Before it was only generated when you hit a burning enemy. So when you would just try and cast firebolt, without doing anything else, you would just always miss the first hit of getting the mana, which felt bad a lot.
That always felt bad.
Yeah, so it's a negative feedback loop. So we're just going to make it feel nicer. You still feel nice about burning things and piercing, but you just get it more often.
Cool.
Probably another big one here is the greater chain lightning change I talked about, where every time that it bounces, the next hit
key
will deal
for that
damage
is
rather
probably
than
in the
bouncing
save.
off of you, and then we're also buffing the other choice for destructive chain lightning, so you get more crackling energies. Next one, let's go to the passives. These are all the key passives at the bottom of the skill tree. Isu's Ferocity is a big one. You're going to see a lot of these kinds of changes where it used to work kind of in a more narrow use case, and now it works in a case that it didn't, so that's just generically good. This one, it used to not really work on bosses very well. You had to kill enemies by critting them to get the bonus, and now you can also get it during boss fights by just hitting the boss and critting them. So you'll just have uptime and usefulness in a part of the game that it didn't before. Next, for Paragon, we're going to talk, let's see, these are a lot of the defensive changes that we talked about. So you've got some damage reduction increases to a lot of the glyphs and nodes across the board. Again, we're targeting that late game survivability for the Sorcerer. Another one that kind of opens up more ways to play and just makes it more usable is the Searing Heat Legendary node. This one is when you cast Fireball or Meteor, now it just increases your crit strike chance across the board for 5 seconds, so you can get that crit strike and use it on any of your skills rather than only on them.
Yeah, damage reduction is actually extremely strong in Diablo 4.
It's really, really good.
Yeah.
So these things should be pretty impactful.
Yep.
The next one. All right, so here we've got some more Paragon nodes. Again, damage reduction across the board. Keep in mind that also on some of the rare nodes, you can see them twice in a board rather than only once for the glyphs. So that means that this is actually like doubled if you go for both of them. And then we're also increasing the maximum life bonus on a couple of nodes. Again, just targeting that late game survivability. And now legendary, sir. So there's a lot to chew on here.
There's your first one, Serpentine.
Yep, there it is. That's one we talked about before. So now you can have a Hydra active, and instead of the duration being decreased, it's actually going to be increased. Next, we've got some, again, damage buff numbers to things that are underperforming. Aspect of 3 curses is one that I'm particularly excited about. Before, this one used to be that it only increased your crit damage of Meteor only and only against healthy enemies. So it was one skill and only healthy enemies. Now it's going to work on Meteor and Fireball, and you get half of the bonus all the time, and then an extra bonus against healthy enemies. So now you can use this in builds that you weren't able to.
And
the
gate!
The next one is pretty good. Is gravitational aspects. This one was it used to reduce your damage in exchange for the lightnings orbiting around you. Now we're going to increase it. So again, that's a pretty big swing in power. Next, we've got recharging aspect. This one was kind of similar to the change that we did to Chain Lightning to that bonus baseline. It used to only give you mana when it bounced off of you. Now it's going to give you mana when it bounces off of everything. So again, a lot more usable. And in combination with that Unbroken Tether, I think Chain Lightning players are going to be eating pretty this patch. We're also increasing the bonuses of Chain Lightning that you get when that proc happens. So lots of Chain Lightning bounces. They give you lots of things. Should be really fun. We're also putting a new legendary into the game. This is the Mage Lord's aspect. This one makes your Veer's Mastery Key passive, the damage reduction there,
Holy
be
shit.
increased by quite a bit, so that you can survive when you're in that melee range.
That's a 200% buff on that key passive for that legendary.
Snow Veiled aspect is getting a pretty big generic buff.
They tripled.
Where before it just gave you Unstoppable when you used Frost Armor. I believe it's gotta be Frost Armor. And then, but now it also gives you bonus armor when you use it as well, just generally more useful. Incendiary aspect terrifies me, but we're doing it. This one used to be that it procced off of all of your burning damage. So your burning damage could give you mana, and now it's going to just do it off of your pyromancy skills damage. So this opens up Meteor, Fireball, all of those other skills that aren't really Firewall. I think that's good for that one. And then for uniques, we've got the Gloves of the Illuminator. This is the one where your fireballs bounce and deal AoE damage. Before, when you got this, it was kind of in a very weird place where the bounces could do it pretty often in such a way where you'd only hit an enemy once with a bounce. And we have to put this damage penalty on it because, you know, you can hit enemies multiple times with it, and it's AoE, and gives you a bunch of procs of all of your stuff, so it's really, really strong.
Log into what?
But because you could only hit an enemy once, a lot of times this was just a damage nerf for your character.
Yeah, you'd bounce it one time on a monster, and that was that.
And now you got nerfed for getting unique, right?
That's
that never feels good. So we reduced the distance that it bounces a little bit, so it should be more easier to consistently hit an enemy twice. And then we also reduced that damage penalty, so now no matter what, if you hit an enemy twice, it's a damage bonus. And then we also replaced one of its affixes from damage to stunned to lucky hit to restore resource. And since this thing, you know, bounces and hits enemies a lot of time, the lucky hit procs are very powerful with this. So we think this will be a lot more attractive for players. All right, moving on to the Barbarian. So, like I said before, we're increasing the Fury generation of all of those basic skills. So you're just going to get more Fury in the early game so that you can, you know, do that basic core skill loop a little more often. So it should be more fun. Double Swings gain a damage buff. Ruptures gain a damage buff. Charges gain a damage buff, and one of the enhancements is increasing that vulnerable duration, so it should hopefully be more attractive.
One thing I do want to note is, like, even on if we go back to the other slide, like,
sure.
A lot of people are going, like, Fury gain 11 to 13 and, like, 10 to 13, and they're always, like, noting, like, well, that doesn't feel like a big number and so forth, but I think players...
By percentage, it's really big.
Yeah, by percentage,
it also
it's
scales
really
with a whole lot of other stuff. It gets spooky when we do too much in a percent-wise.
Exactly. So I think
because of how everything works in our game.
I think people are seeing some of the smaller numbers, but not realizing that, you know, other things obviously. It scales with other things and other and it mixes in with whether you other gear that you have and so forth. So downstairs. This is just the baseline number, and you have to remember that obviously when that number gets tweaked, everything else gets tweaked. That gets.
Want to point that out too when we do like damage increases, where it might seem small because it's increasing the base that everything else multiplies and scales on. It can be a bit. I mean, sometimes it's not as much. We can go and do it again, right? But it's scary and risky, so we have to think about that because it's very easy to be like, oh, just make it 20, and now late game you're just like bashing once and then getting all your fury back or something, right? So.
Yeah, charge buff. Holy shit.
All right, so violent upheaval. This one gives you berserking, and it used to be that you had to damage 2 or more enemies or 3 or more enemies to get a better buff, and now we're adding bosses to that. So when you're in a boss fight, you're just going to be able to get and chain that berserking again, making it usable in a part of the game where it didn't used to be. We've also got Gushing Wounds is one I think worth calling out. This is the key passive.
I can't give it to her.
We're increasing the scaling of your bleed to crit damage, and then also your bleed damage when you overpower an enemy is going up significantly.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, so now when you overpower and get that AoE blood burst, it's actually going to do quite a bit of chunky damage, we're hoping. Walking Arsenal is another one worth calling out here. We heard some feedback that it's really hard to keep up all 3 of your weapon types when you're doing Walking Arsenal. Usually 2 is fairly easy. You can have a basic and a core that are different weapons, but getting that 3rd one to consistently happen, especially if you're using a cooldown skill like Charge or Leap or something like that, it can be hard to maintain that. So we're just increasing it to make it more forgiving, which should also increase all of those legendaries and other powers, uniques and stuff.
That was possible for me when I had Deathblow charges, but whenever I was only running like 1 Deathblow charge at a time, like that build just didn't.
Yeah,
really come
Deathblow's
online.
probably one of the more one of the easier ones to get, and even then it can be a little hard, right?
Yeah, for sure. This is great. It opens up a lot.
Yeah. So next, talk legendaries. Let me see. One of them, the aspect of Unrelenting Fury here, is one worth calling out, where again, you're going to get a benefit when hitting bosses, so now it's useful in a part of the game that it wasn't used in at all. Another one is the aspect of, or 2 Earthquake aspects there at the bottom,
Really big
Kathos
boss.
and Earthquake. We're increasing the amount of damage reduction and damage bonus, so if you want to do that Earthquake build, like I said before, we want those Earthquakes to do damage and be meaningful, but in the meantime, while you're standing in them, those buffs on you are going to be a little bit more powerful, so hopefully we can incentivize people to go through that fantasy. All right, next, so uniques. We've got a lot of stuff here with Barbarian uniques. Again, the high-level goal here is we're generally improving just the base thing the unique does, and then also trying to replace an item stat that wasn't very attractive or not as attractive with one that we know players really, really like to make these meaningful for them. So Fields of Crimson, this is the one where you do blood pools when you rupture enemies. We're increasing the damage. We're increasing the damage that enemies take standing in pools, which is a pretty big buff. And then we're also changing the rupture cooldown reduction with bonus crit strike damage. And again, combine that with the bonus in the key passive where the lead damage,
70, right?
where that scales better. That'll just be quite a bit more damage across the board. Hellhammer we talked about. Brahmalandi's Magnum Opus, we're replacing the physical damage affix with vulnerable damage. 100,000 steps. The base affix of the boots, we're replacing the evade cooldown affix with just more evade charges. And then we're also replacing the damage against stun enemies with bonus movement speed, which you'll see a couple times in boots that we're doing because we know how attractive that stat is.
Nice.
Let's talk about. So, I was just going to say we said that we were going to buff Sorceress and Barbarian. We're going to make some changes in 1.1. But Adam, you've been working on. We don't want to leave the other 3 classes out, right?
Yeah, totally.
Most of these changes that you've seen are for Sork and Barb. But I think we had some time to make some changes to the other classes.
We totally did, so we can go on here.
Let's see.
One thing I do want to call out, though, the focus of the patch is the Sorcerer or the Barbarian, so you're going to see a lot more for them, but we wanted to give the other classes something exciting as well.
A lot more tick.
Rogues are actually eating pretty well right now, so they're pretty good, but we still found some things of underused things to buff. Probably one of the more big ones here is Forceful Arrow. We're changing the functionality here so that every time that you cast, third cast of the arrow just pierces all enemies, which is a pretty big just generic bonus. We got some feedback on Rain of Arrows that it was kind of weird that the second wave was the one that knocked all the enemies down, because a lot of times, you cast a skill and the combat is in a certain state where the enemies are where you want to hit them and probably where you want to CC them because you usually want to group stuff up to CC them. But because it happens on the second wave, the first wave comes, does a little damage to everything.
They all move.
And then they all move, and then everything goes and falls apart, right? So this just makes it more reliable.
It sets itself up.
It sets itself up, yeah, exactly. Here, let me look if there's anything noteworthy. There's some buffs to things that are underused.
I gotta go give
the aspect of Elusive Menace no longer requires hits to be from close enemies. So again, we're just making things more generically usable. And then for uniques, kind of similar to Barbarian, we found some room here to make a couple stats replaced with things that we know are really, really attractive. So in Wind Force, we replace the all stats affix with bonus vulnerable damage. And then the Word of Hakan, we replace ultimate damage with cooldown reduction. So Druid, kind of similar to what I said about the Barbarian, about that early game kind of feeling a little bit slow. We're also improving all the spirit generation of the Druid's basic skills. So across the board, you're just going to be able to get to those core skill casts a little bit easier. We're also improving the passive damage generally of a lot of their companion skills. So your wolves are going to feel better. The both passive and active damage is going up. The upgrades for the wolves are all going to be a little bit more powerful. And then same thing for ravens. Their passive damage is going up. And then brutal ravens, this is the one that gives you another little, a couple more little ravens to go peck your enemies to death. They're also going to peck a little bit harder. So A little bit more fantasy fulfilling there, I think. And then we're also looking at rabies. We know that Poison Druid, like just if I want to do pure Poison Druid, is a little bit behind, so we're really targeting rabies as a pretty meaty upgrade there in its damage. This will also, by the way, improve the legendary, I think it's legendary where your wolves can cast rabies. That's also going to be improved by this. So just that whole archetype will be better. And then for legendaries and the class mechanic, we're just buffing some things that are a little bit underutilized, so they'll just be stronger. And then Necromancer, so here we've got quite a few things going on. Bone Spirit, this is the enhanced Bone Spirit, which is where when you crit enemies with the Bone Spirit, you get cooldown reduction. We're increasing that from 6 to 7 seconds, so it should be a little more friendly to players in this current state of the game. The Wither legendary upgrade here, this is the one where your shadow dot damage is going up, and we added a new way to scale that damage in the legendary space. We got feedback that this really just wasn't scaling enough to be meaningful, even when you invested a lot into willpower. So now you're just going to get a lot more bang for your buck. You're going to do, the requirement is less, so you're going to get more procs of the increase to your damage and chance to proc that damage.
Oh, Mutator's going to
your
weapons.
Bonus damage straight up is going to be better. So the Shadow build should be a lot better. Empowering Reaper, we got some feedback that totally makes sense to me now, and a year ago me should have thought of this. But the way that this used to work was Sever would spawn a pool of blight under enemies, and the chance was based on you critting them. So the idea was you would create a crit build, and then you turn your crit into these pools of damage, right? That sounds kind of cool. But it turns out, crit doesn't work with dots at all. So that pool doesn't get scaled with the way that you make the pool. So it just doesn't work design-wise. I take the blame for that. But now we're changing it so you just have to damage enemies to spawn those pools of blight. So now this can actually be more friendly to dot builds.
I'm going to go back. I'm going to give the statues to the other guy.
Aspect of Exposed Flesh. This one used to have the same effect, but only when hitting vulnerable enemies with bone skills. So now you can just get... We have a new resource mechanic for all the Necromancer specs that aren't bone. And then here, let me see, probably one of the big ones to call out, even though it's just a number buff, is Aspect of Torment. That Essence Regeneration was just woefully undertuned, so we increased it pretty significantly. Hulking Aspects, this one, I'm hoping gets to see more play. This used to be a resource legendary, which looking at it now, was a little weird, because it doesn't actually give you resource, it's just cooldown reduction on the Golem skill. So we're going to move that to a utility. So now you can put this on your boots and other places that you didn't have to, and it doesn't have to take that prime ring slot to use this legendary. And then we're also updating the effect a little bit to be stronger. And then for uniques, kind of similar to what I said before, the Greaves of the Empty Tomb. We're changing the bonus intelligence affix to be replaced with bonus move speed, which I know is particularly attractive for Necromancer players.
Yeah, mobility for Necromancer.
Yeah, well, Necromancers have mobility a little bit.
Usually the slower individuals in the group. So
yeah, helping them out a little bit. Here, this is a monster change, but it impacts minions really, so Necromancer and Druid. But these attacks now from the Balrog and some elite affixes are going to be dealing reduced damage to Necromancer minions and Druid companions, so your pets will just die less often to these things.
Oh, cool. No changes to the poison, though.
And then now we got some of our generic updates. We only have a couple of them. The first one is to a Malignant Heart. This is the Caged Heart of Spellbreaking. And this one used to say that when you took elemental damage, you gained damage resistance to that element, right? It was thematic to reducing only that element. But we found that was really, really narrow. Again, trying to open things up so it's not so narrowly useful that you're not going to ever take it. So now it's just going to give you just generic damage reduction when you take elemental damage. And then our last one here for item updates is Temerity. So we got a lot of feedback on this one. It's funny because when we launched the game, we thought that this item was crazy and going to be really, really good.
Now based on
but then we realized due to the stats on it that it just wasn't hitting the attractiveness that we wanted. So even though this terrifies me, we're going to bump it up and see how it goes. But we're going to replace the all stats affix with bonus max life. The barrier is now also going to be scaling with your maximum life. And it'll probably be working with other barrier legendaries where you need a barrier to do certain procs and things. This will now proc with that as well. So we think this is going to be a pretty big buff to this item, and hopefully we'll see it in your max life and increasive healing builds.
Yeah, so we have a ton of updates coming to the classes.
Yeah, a lot of stuff.
We literally just went through it's quite almost like an encyclopedia of stuff that, especially on the Barb and Sorcerer classes. But I will say that it's nice that we got some stuff in for the Rogue, Necromancer, and Druid players as well. making sure that we kind of like buffed up some of the more undertuned stuff that we had
Actually,
seen.
one more caveat to all of that. I should have said this at the beginning. It's not final yet.
Not final
This
yet.
is planned.
That's why you probably saw the little
the
watermark
odds are very high. We do 90% of it or most of it, maybe even all. But
2971.
as we get into the weeds of things and we're updating things, you know, some things may change. So
2
this is
shiny
our plan.
copper,
It's very likely it'll be
9
at least most
discarded
of it, if
combs,
not all
7
of it,
yellow
but
leaves, 1 forgotten
It's not
tome.
completely in the game yet. So
there might be some number tweaks, basically.
Yeah, we always add a small caveat just because things are still going through testing right now on our side.
Correct.
And we
It's
want to
going
make
through
sure.
testing, all that stuff.
Yeah,
so.
we want to make sure we're not completely.
I'm very careful. I always caveat, not final till you see it in the game.
Adam's being very cautious about it.
I am very
It's
cautious
not
of
going to be, you're not going to experience something that's totally different from what you just
That's
saw.
right. That's also why we're not releasing patch notes today, and we're going to actually discuss when patch notes will be released later on the stream. So we'll reveal that.
And one thing I do want to note is like there, because I'm seeing this like a little bit in chat, and people are going like, "Hey, you guys are adjusting some tweaks with like, for instance, like druid summons and their minions. Same thing with like there's a lot of questions about like, hey, what's the overall plan on like minion builds and so forth in the future? Is that something you guys are still going to want to work on, look at in the future?
I can talk about this for a very long time. Yes, Druid and Necromancer are a little bit different, so I guess I'll talk Necromancer first. So Necromancer minions is absolutely a core fantasy of Necromancer players, that minions are cool and awesome, and that you can raise the dead and have the dead fight for you. That is core. Minions, it turns out, in all games, not just ours, or summons or all that, are very complicated and hard to make work. They have a lot of moving parts that are different than every other class and build archetype in many games. They have AI, they have a passive and active component to them typically. There's a lot going on. So in this patch, we're not touching the Necromancer stuff a lot. It is on the team's radar of looking at the ways that they scale, looking at the ways that things proc with them, looking at just the combination of passive versus active activity that we want the player to do there. So there's definitely a lot going on there. We are thinking about it. There will be stuff coming, but no promises on when, but we are actively talking about it. Druid is a little bit different because from the ground up, the class fantasy is not only minions, right? It's like a specific build and way to play. One of the things that we were concerned about when launching the game is we didn't want the Druid to like have just as many or more companions than the Necromancer, and they're stronger. It's like, well, where's the fantasy of the Necromancer if the Druid does it better, right? So that was something that we contended with a lot. I'm sure that we're going to flex on that over time. We did add support. We still love companions on Druid, and we will absolutely be making it more of a thing, hence why we're buffing them a lot in this patch. But we are careful about the design space and the fantasy of the different classes, right? We don't want all the classes to be exactly the same because then you don't feel different when you're playing. You don't have new interesting mechanics that are between them. We talk about that a lot on the team. It's very easy to be like, hey, just this class doesn't have this and it's fun, give it to all the others, right? I think Necromancer and move speed is part of that, where we overcorrected a little bit, where like we didn't want them to have a teleport or dash, right, like a rogue. If Necromancers are dashing around everywhere, that's a weird fantasy, right? But not giving them enough movement speed options at all, I think, is something that we're coming back on.
Yeah.
So, but it's a push and pull, right? It's on a spectrum of how far do we go to go into another class's fantasy or an archetype that doesn't make sense fantasy-wise versus keeping true to the core and finding clever ways to fix it, or we can't fix it and we do need to bend a little bit. And it's always a conversation.
It's also interesting to see that the feedback, particularly on Druid companions, like we knew that they were really cool, but like the number of Druid players who are looking for more ways to kind of make more companion-focused builds is maybe a little bit higher than we expected.
Yes.
So this is one of those situations where, like, kind of in response to the fact that players are really hoping, like Druid players are looking to go after this fantasy of like, I am the master of the animal kingdom, and I'm going to have all these and nature, right? I'm going to have all these buddies with me. I think it's kind of like moving our hand a little bit. It's like, oh yeah, actually there is something really cool here. There is fantasy here for us to really latch onto and more that we can do. But to Adam's point, it's still very important we make sure that the Necromancer feels distinct and the Druid feels distinct after these changes go in.
Correct. It's the eternal struggle for us on class design.
Sure. Yeah. We also have a lot of like quality of life items that we wanted to talk about that we actually kind of hit on last week when we were talking on the campfire chat that would be coming in 1.1.1. And I know we wanted to talk a little bit more about those here. I know we have some changes coming for like monster density, for instance.
Yeah, I want to talk about monster density. So we've said a few times now that we're going to increase monster density in Nightmare Dungeons and Helltides. These changes are in 1.1.1, like we said last week. And I think we have an image of an example of a Nightmare Dungeon that. So this is how it is today. if you go into Nostravus Deepwood, of course, monsters are going to not be exactly like this, but this is an example of it. And then in 1.1.1, it's going to change, so you can see a lot more monsters here.
There it is.
And this is really going back to, you know, we talked about our mission statement for the live game of after you've achieved your build, being able to go in and, you know, mow down large numbers of enemies, deal with large numbers of enemies. That's sort of a core part of an ARPG that we want to make sure that we're delivering, especially in the end game content. So that's how to look for Nightmare Dungeons. On
What they define
Helltide,
as
we've
end game
been doing,
content.
Post
Post level 50,
increasing density.
Anything in World
As I
Tier
said
3 or
last
4?
week, there are some areas of Helltide that are highly dense, and we want to make sure that all of our players across all of the different platforms that we support can enjoy this increased density. So it's not just the people with the absolute top-end equipment. So we've also been making sure that as we bump up these densities, that that we're doing it in a way that performance stays reasonable. So you can actually, like, if we bump up density and then the game turns into a slideshow, we didn't actually make the game more fun, even though there are a lot of monsters. So it needs to stay performant at the same time. So we've been working on that at the same time so that we can really hit.
I also want to use the bathroom.
Hit that target. And this is something too that, you know, when 1.1 comes, 1.1.
1.1.1.
We gotta have like
Triple one.
We gotta have a different name for these patch notes. For these patches, it's fine. It's fine. When that comes out, we're going to be looking at the density there and seeing how close it comes to this mission statement, this goal, right? And if it's not hitting this goal, then we're going to keep working toward that goal. So we really want to make sure that it's capturing that fantasy of mowing down hordes of enemies.
Yeah, it's a great goal for us to line ourselves around too, right? So once we're able to capture more data from players on live, we can see how players with different like PC specs are able to interact with some of these spaces. It's going to continue to inform us and let us do more and more double downs on these as we go.
And then I know we have some changes coming in regards to bosses and so forth as well.
That's right. So we didn't talk about this last week, but we have gotten a lot of feedback before about the about players, particularly like in World Tiers 3 and 4, fighting like dungeon bosses and world bosses, and being able to go in there with their enhanced power. Now they've got like some uniques online. Their build has really come online, and they've got like a lot of like damage to vulnerable targets. You know, like they're mowing through some of these bosses faster than we expect, right? So, or rather, fast enough that's not really challenging and not really engaging. So we are boosting the health of bosses in World Tiers 3 and 4. You know, at brackets as you're kind of going up the experience. But you know, in exchange for this, in exchange for making some of these pieces just a little bit harder as players are going through them, we are also going to be making a change to the rewards that you get going through these.
Yeah.
So now, like after 1.1.1 goes live, dungeon bosses starting at level 35 even. So this is before you can get into World Tiers 3, 4, and 3 and 4. And then it's the so once you've done that, or once you've killed those, you're going to have a guaranteed legendary item drop in that space. And that's going to carry up as well into World Tiers 3 and 4. When you complete a Legion event, that's going to also give you a guaranteed legendary drop starting at level 35. You know, there's a chance before 35, but it's guaranteed at level 35. You're going to have one pop in. And then another Butcher has a 100% chance to drop a legendary as well, because he's a boss, of course. And then another really big one is we got, and this is funny, I did it. Please don't follow me on Twitter unless you really want to see a lot of nerdy stuff. But I did a Twitter poll a while ago where I basically just said like you know, what do you think is the chance at which a treasure goblin will drop a legendary item? And I said it was like, you know, 10%, 25%, 40%, 50% with the 4 options. The majority of players or voters, I should say, right, all selected 10% was the chance, and everybody had their own, you know, their feelings on it as they were kind of going through it. But the reality is at level, and I said level 50 Treasure Goblin as part of this, but the reality is they have a 50% chance to drop legendary items today. And that's like going back to like level 35. They've got a very, very high chance to drop legendary items. But
So what you're saying is sometimes I kill a Treasure Goblin and it doesn't drop a legendary item.
That's correct. That's exactly right. So basically, if you flip a quarter every 25 minutes, you know, that's basically your chance to get a legendary item when you're fighting treasure goblins in the overworld. And it's very easy to have like tails, 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 5 times in a row, and then
That's what happens to me every time.
And as humans, we are 7 times more likely to remember a negative thing than a positive thing. So this is nothing wrong with rather there's nothing wrong with the player's perception of treasure goblins not feeling rewarding. You don't see them that frequently relative to other content types, and when you don't get a legendary item from something called a treasure goblin, that can feel bad. So what we decided to do is we've gone back and said, starting right at level 15 for treasure goblins, 15, they have a guaranteed legendary item drop chance when you kill one from that point forward. So now when you see treasure goblins in the map, you start hearing them like snortling around in the corners of your screen. You know you need to go fight that thing. You need to take it out. You need to get a legendary item from it. That happens very, very early. So we think that's going to be like a really fun like updates to kind of help get these things across. 50% isn't useful in this case. 100%, absolutely. We want you to feel like you're getting that power.
50% no more coin flip. No more coin flip.
Yeah, actually probably more than 50% more fun.
I will note, Joe missed a wonderful opportunity to drag in Gabi, the goblin.
The treasure goblin
into the frame.
Should I try?
We have a plush treasure goblin just off screen.
We have a very large plush.
Here's this giant treasure goblin that absolutely doesn't fit on camera.
Look how happy he is.
And now he's off camera again.
Staring at Joe as he's literally talking about.
We have a lot of other stuff to discuss.
Staring at Joe as he's literally talking about killing him. So yeah,
they're happy to be of help.
It is a plush. It is a plush creature, so yeah.
I know, and so we talked more about, or you actually, when we were on the stream last week. Sorry, about 2 weeks in a row, you guys. We talked about respecs and so forth. So I know that that is also
make it so I can respec my entire Paragon board at
stuff
once.
We said last week, we're going to reduce respec cost by 40%.
That's good,
but more. We're going to get an extra stash tab. And Elixir stack count is going to go up to 99.
Yeah,
reset all Paragon board at the same time instead of individual nodes.
That's just to make sure that people don't think we're just selling it.
Tab 1's 100K, Tab 2's 200K, Tab 3's 300K, Tab 4's going to be 400K. So you can buy that for your seasonal stash and for your eternal stash.
Yes, exactly. And then one other thing that we did want to talk about, because this was a question that came up last week in regards to like the leaving dungeon options and like teleporting out of dungeons and so forth. And I know you wanted to talk more about that here today.
I don't know. I think I explained it pretty well last time.
So clear.
There's a loop there. I don't know why anyone's confused. This is very clear. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to change it back to 3 seconds.
Yes.
Basically, the reason that we increased this is we have, in Diablo 4, we have a mechanic where when you're casting some kind of spell or power and you get hit by some damage, you don't get interrupted immediately. You have to take about 5% of your health and damage before it gets interrupted. And this makes things like town portaling back to town, leave dungeon, etc. feel a lot better.
Saving a prisoner.
Saving a prisoner, absolutely, yeah.
Every time.
So if you're taking like really incidental damage, it's not going to get interrupted. But
so why increase it?
We were worried about a case where you're in the middle of a high-intensity combat fight or in the middle of a boss fight, and we felt like it was a little bit too easy to get out of that in terms, and that's actually what it's referring to with the loop, which again, I felt like I nailed it, but I guess you know, and so. You know, there are other ways that we could have solved that, right? We could have said like, oh, well, you get pushback on your cast, or like, oh, well, it's only increased to 5 seconds if you're in a boss fight, or something like that. But ultimately, you know, what players really accurately pointed out is, look, this slows down the core loop of the game, in a way that's not fun.
Yeah.
So we're just changing it back to 3 seconds.
And for a way that seems like just for the sake of
was it 3 seconds? Went to 5 seconds. Going back to 3 seconds because. You know, obviously, good player feedback from everyone. So
I've got one more bonus thing to talk about too. So, we've been getting a lot of feedback, obviously, on the end game experience tiers 3 and 4, and you know, Nightmare Dungeons are a really big part of that. Last week we talked about how we were going to be ensuring that the Nightmare Dungeon difficulty was scaled more appropriately. So now, like, you know, the tier 70 difficulty was the old version. Rather, the old version of tier 70 is now the tier 100 after the changes that we made, to more accurately reflect the balance we have in Diablo 4 versus the kind of insane overtuned stuff we had prior for the tier 70 plus content. One other thing that we obviously are thinking about, like, you know, the scaling difficulty is one part of this, you know, but we also get plenty of feedback on on some of the Nightmare Dungeon affixes themselves. And we know that some of these are sort of ones you're going to want to basically throw in the trash right away. So you're going to want to salvage these and get
resource
and
burn,
get dust
suppressor
elites.
elites
Things kind of pop up. So a couple of the ones that we're actually going to be, for now, we're going to be removing a few of these as we think about reworking them or deciding what we want to do with them. But we're going to be taking these out in 1.1.1. They're not going to appear anymore.
Which ones?
That is, so the first is Resource Drain. It's not going to be showing up in Nightmare Sigil anymore. Cold Enchanted is not going to be showing up in Nightmare Sigils anymore for a bit. And then Backstabber is being removed as well as part of 1.1.1. Now, this is not by any means an exhaustive list of the things we'd want to like adjust on the affix side. You know, there's lots more that we want to do to kind of improve this experience. This is just sort of like while we're in here beginning to look at these things, we know that these are problematic. We have adjustments we want to make anyway.
Cole, does that include the guys that do the chilling wind
better
thing?
Today for players?
Yep. Cool. Awesome to hear. I know that a lot of players have been giving feedback about specific Nightmare Dungeon affixes and everything. So it's great that we've been able to jump on a few of the ones that we know are problematic with the community and kind of pull them out and reevaluate and see what we can end up doing with those. So we did, obviously we talked about the date for the patch notes beforehand.
I don't know what you mean.
But we do want to specify that we are going to be releasing patch notes, full patch notes next week. It's actually going to be on August 2nd next week on Wednesday. We'll be releasing full patch notes. And then 1.1.1 is going to be coming out on August 12th, which is Tuesday. So players will... Did I get those dates right? Yes. I'm doing this by memory. I'm doing it by memory.
No idea.
I've seen so many calendars in the last day.
Tuesday after.
Oh, sorry. It is. No, I lied. It is August 8th.
Yeah.
See, this is dates.
Everything's a blur right now.
August 8th.
Sorry, August 2nd is when the patch notes will be coming out in full, and then August 8th is when the patch will actually hit. Sorry, I apologize. I've had a lot of dates in my head over the past couple of weeks.
Sorry,
so,
we buffed the date.
Yeah, buff the date. That's also part of the patch notes. So players will be able to see everything next Wednesday. We'll be posting those, so make sure to stay tuned. Of course, on the Diablo social media, etc. We'll end up updating the patch notes there, so players can see it. Just remember, the patch is not that day. We're just posting the notes early so that players can actually see them. This goes back to exactly how we were talking about.
And they're going to get people now that bitch that they put the patch notes out, but there's no patch
similar to how we're doing this here on this campfire chat. And then, of course, August 8th is when the patch will end up going live for all players so that they can actually experience it and jump through with all the changes that we were kind of detailing out here, and they'll be seeing in the final patch notes on Wednesday next week.
100%.
We do want to jump into Q&A because we just went through a whole bunch of stuff right here. I know one question that, as we start to populate questions, feel free to ask them in chat on Twitch, by the way, because we have chat enabled there. But I know one question and something that we talked about last week as we're waiting for questions to kind of come in was about XP in later game, or for late game players and stuff like that. Do we have any update and in regards to that specific topic?
Yeah, I can talk about that. So we did talk about this last week, and what we said then was that, you know, we are not looking to make the game feel slower across the board. We're not looking to like slow down the players' like XP gain rate in response to like feedback about some of the other changes that we had made. You know, the goal was really, we want to make sure the players are having a good time progressing through World Tiers 3 and 4, not feeling like they're hitting a point where it's really, really difficult to make progress. So in response to some of these thoughts, we had gone through and we had raised the amount of experience that you gain from like before the 1.1 patch. When we raised the amount of experience gain you get from Nightmare Dungeon completion, from Helltide cache opening, from Whisper completion. Like we went and did a good buff on those activities to make them feel juicier as part of that. And now we're going through and we're updating density inside the Nightmare Dungeons and in Helltide areas as well. So all this to say, we are committed to increasing the speed at which the players will be progressing through these later world tiers. We're not happy with the speed at which players are getting through some of this content and the kinds of behavior incentivizing as a result of that, right? We want to make sure that players feel that they can play the way that they want and they can progress at a decent pace. But now that we've made a number of these changes, we do want to see what the impact's going to be on the overall XP gain rate across the board for players, and just seeing how different kinds of players are progressing, so that when we go through and we make changes, which we will be making soon, I think probably likely for season 2, when we go through and we make these changes, that's going to be informed by what we see players going through and what their experience is like now.
Yeah,
So it's really just a question of like how much are we going to make adjustments, like what's going to feel right, and that's going to be based on like what we see from players.
We have 2 people actually asking pretty similar questions, but one was specifically calling out Adam Jackson and his thoughts on this, but but they both are very similar questions. One is from Febzilla, the other one's from Karnaga.
I'm so sorry. Can I just jump in really quick? Can I ask chat a question? Do you, yes or no, do you want Adam to read the names of people that he's getting the questions from the chat?
I think we
That
should.
Adam.
Yes.
Okay, he's saying he should. Okay.
I think we should, just because I don't want to go into that whole situation like
Oh,
where
fine.
that other outlet
Okay.
made up names, and we don't do that. So,
Sure.
But Karnaga and Febzillas, they both ask about. People are all like, no.
I knew it. I knew it.
Honestly, it would make my job so much easier.
I know.
I wish I
Please
could.
finish your question.
Well, we're going to read these at least.
Read
But
these, yeah.
the question is about crowd control. Obviously, it is a huge and popular topic amongst the community. What are our thoughts about crowd control? What are we planning on doing about that here in the future?
I bet we all have thoughts on that, actually.
We do, yeah.
Yes.
Let me
You
just
can
say
jump on
first
that,
that we think that as you get into situations where there are lots of monsters on screen and high-end areas where the amount of damage that you're seeing going in and out is really high, so you're having to react really quickly. Situations where you're being hard CC'd, like stun or freeze or something like that, can be much more impactful than they are when the intensity and the pace of combat is lower. And so we want to make changes to CC to make that experience more fun. We want to do that. It's not in 1.1.1, but those are changes that we're looking at right now.
Yeah. There's larger CC stuff that we're discussing internally that we want to kind of pair with a few of the big changes we have planned in the future.
In fact, we're working on stuff like that for that right now.
Yeah.
There is a question here regarding my favorite question, because I always get this. It's from Cookie Drops. So are you guys planning on addressing the issues related to like the imperfectly balanced on Necromancer, the decrep aura on Necromancer, and those are addressed in 1.1.1.
Yeah, we fixed it.
Those are we just didn't list all the bug fixes and stuff
There's
like that.
a whole lot of bug fixes.
Yeah, so you guys will see those with the final notes and everything, but those are addressed in this specific update, and it's something that I know a lot of people have been asking, going like, well, I can only add 1 point, yet it says I can add 3, and so forth. So most definitely being addressed in that. We've actually just been getting a general decent amount of questions related to resistances and what the intent is going to be with resistances here in the future. There's a ton of questions, so lots of names. But
Sure, yeah.
I guess like what's the vision on resistances here in the future?
I talked about it a little bit. The vision is kind of, I think, what the standard vision of most games is, which is everything is impactful and meaningful and feels good, and you invest and get rewarded for those things at all times. But reality is a little bit harder than that. But that is kind of the North Star and what we're trying to do. The idea is that when you invest in elemental resistances, you will notice a difference in the damage that you take. We don't want just armor or damage reduction or any like king stat that is just way better than everything else. That's the only thing that you care about. It is tough to find a perfect balance there of how impactful some things should be versus others, and then can you negate certain kinds of combat when you max things out or only focus on only one thing. And there's a lot of gray area there that we're talking about, but our goal is that, and when we go and really take a deep dive at it, is one, we don't want you to just stack armor and that's better than everything else. We don't want you to stack just like general damage resistance and that's just better than everything else. We want elemental resistances to be meaningful, but we also don't want to get to a place where you fight a fire boss and you stack all fire resistances and it actually can't hurt you. Right? There's always a push and pull in this one.
The inverse of that is actually also really dangerous, which is that you're wandering through the game. You don't always know the kinds of creatures or affixes. Obviously, you don't know the kinds of affixes you can be dealing with. You've got 0% poison resistance, and you get basically one tick from a level 60 poison creature kills you.
Sure.
Right. It's like there's a balancing act. The team is as we move forward, everything that Adam just said is 100% accurate. We want to make sure that the choices between like armor for mitigation, for damage resistance based on passives, legendary powers, glyphs and paragon nodes, those things are impactful, and that resistance plays a really, really important role. The big difference here is that resistance is a thing that you are going to stack and earn separately, and that they are usually tied to affixes or inherent affixes on rings and jewelry. So it means that some players will be able to go and encounter situations where they are not going to have a predictable amount of resistance when they go into an encounter, which means that we just need to think about what that is going to feel like for that player and imagine a world where they are able to still complete the content, but it's much more effective to have the appropriate amount of resistance. We need to make that feel impactful. Yes. So there's going to be situations where we are going to ensure that if you are getting into a predictable fight against a creature that you know is going to be dealing a certain kind of damage and you don't have resistance in mind when you go into that fight, you're going to be penalized for that. That's going to be a really, really difficult situation for you. But we are, trying to balance this against the general flow of Diablo 4 as it stands today, as opposed to trying to remake it into an entirely different experience.
Right. And to sort of get to I think the point of the question, the question there, which I think is, do you guys realize that resistances don't feel like they're hitting that goal right now?
That's right. Yep.
We do realize we're gonna make changes to
Yes. All right. Sounds good. There is a lot of questions about mounts and how, we've gotten a lot of feedback about mounts. We've seen Carbot videos. Our friend Carbot Animation made an episode about mounts. Very funny if you haven't seen it. Highly recommend checking it out. But are there any discussions? Are you guys aware? What are you guys planning on doing in relation to mounts?
Yeah, there are a few changes here. So we want to make mounts feel better, sort of broadly speaking, and a couple of those things are making sure that the boost feels really good, especially with controller, where it's underperforming, and the boost actually, the boost mechanic on the mounts, it actually stacks. There's a bug right now with that on controller where it's not stacking properly. Fix that, there's a few other. There's a key part of this is that the mount gets stuck on things, and that's
barricade.
One of the things that barricade, for example. We, in theory, the idea that you're riding through an area and some bandits or some skeletons have set up a barricade for you, and you have to sort of dismount and fight all those skeletons. That sounds like a fun idea. It doesn't exactly play out that way. You're just sort of annoyed, and you're like, well, can I kind of ride around the top of the barricade? And then it's a fight about whether the collision actually touches. Anyway, we're going to fix that. So there are some good changes to mounts coming soon in the future.
Awesome. And I know that I've been seeing this a lot as well in chat, and this is something I can answer, is I'm seeing a lot of people talk about VRAM, on PC and so forth, and how that obviously grows over time with certain players, not all players, but certain players with certain spec machines, and they eventually either have to force close or the game actually just ends up closing itself, and then they have to come back into the game. I know with patch 1.10, there was a update related to a memory leak that we ended up addressing, but then in 1.11, and I know that QA and so forth, our QA team has been working really closely with their graphics engineering team and testing out a fix that's going to be coming in there that should be helping out a lot of those players and making sure that VRAM stays stable throughout their gameplay and so forth. So that will also be in 1.11. It's a popular question. I know a lot of people have been hitting me up on that one
high graphic
specifically.
settings.
There was a question earlier about overpower and the intent behind it, what future plans and so forth.
Sure.
Kind of similar to the resistance questions. I think there's a lot of questions related to a lot of these things that we do plan on actually addressing.
Totally. They're fundamentally how the game works, so I understand. So the intent of overpower way back in the day was we really wanted to create a stat that was different than crit and felt meaningfully different that players could chase, that had kind of a unique mechanic attached to it. Where overpower sits now is that I really like the idea of it. I think is really cool, which is it rewards you for building a really tanky character, and you get a big hit of damage. That's really, really awesome. It also scales off of your max health
30,
and
80,
then the
50,
current health percent that you have at the time, and then
yeah.
also scales with Fortify. So normally these stats aren't things that you want to scale to kill things, right? So we're trying to add another avenue, a vector to do that. And then the other thing that's unique about overpower and how we didn't want to just turn into critical strike chance and damage like a lot of mechanics can be, is that you have a baseline low percent to do it, right? It's 3% across everything. And you can never increase that baseline percent ever. And that is a design choice and a rule. And then the idea is that You can, however, get guaranteed overpowers by doing certain mechanics. So the Druid has some, the Necromancer has some, where it's like, hey, you do this thing, and the next one is guaranteed. So you can still play around it, but unlike Crit, where you're chasing the random chance to get higher and higher and higher to get those procs, overpower just naturally happens kind of rarely, and then the builds that can use it get it guaranteed. And then that you have different vectors and avenues to scale it. The problem right now with overpower really is not necessarily an overpower problem, but it's really the crit vulnerable problem of these other things that scale multiplicatively just overshadow overpower in the same way that even dot damage is very much a lot of times overshadowed too. And so when we're looking at our revamp, the dream and the goal and the utopia we're moving towards is all of these vectors, and not even just overpower, but there's some other ones that I know I'm thinking of that I can't, like those legendary affixes that spawn stuff is another example.
Oh, sure, yes. Yeah.
Like we want, when we give you a fantasy as a player, whether it's baseline or via legendaries and uniques, that you're able to build that into the late game and it's delivered on, and you can actually scale and be just as good as anybody else. That's the goal. That will always be the goal that we move towards. We're not there yet, obviously, but that's kind of the intent. Is overpower is another stat that you can actually chase meaningfully via lots of other stats too that it combines with to make a build, and that's kind of the point.
Awesome. And then this is a question that I know everyone talks about. I don't know if this group up here can fully answer it, but it's something that we can follow up on, which is the zooming in and zooming out on your character, getting a wider look of gameplay and so forth. I know there's like performance implications to that because it increases the draw distance and so forth, and we have a ton of different platforms, so it has to be evaluated in any type of way if we were to make that type of change. Because even when it does zoom out on bosses and so forth, there's like some resolution or scaling and so forth that kind of occurs there. Please don't kill me, engineers, if I'm saying that wrong. But maybe that's another topic we can bring up during like another campfire chat with engineers, possibly to maybe clarify a little bit on that or so. Or we can just follow up separately after the campfire chat. But I know that's a question that a lot of people have been asking. And then there's questions regarding are there any additional options for customization down the road that you guys are looking at, like pets or wings, etc. I know it's something that we're looking at and evaluating, just depending on like player feedback. Right now, we're very focused on, obviously creating more content for players to play through.
People are not asking for
more so than
give me more ways to spend money
and so forth. But it is something I know that players have been asking for.
Yeah, we want to add more stuff like that. That stuff is really fun to add. But we felt that right now what was really important is helping sorcerers, helping barbarians, and some of these other buffs to classes.
And I think there's, we'll do this one last question here before we end the stream, but one thing that people have been asking about is like all the changes that they're seeing today. Is this like encapsulating everything that we're doing? We had a question in here regarding, like, for instance, someone enjoyed playing a frozen orb sorcerer in like Diablo 2, for instance, and wanting to have that same type of fantasy in Diablo 4. Do you guys plan on doing additional adjustments in the future regarding other builds or other, like creating variability across that?
Sure, no, absolutely. This patch, I talked a little bit about like we have our short-term goals and long-term things we're thinking about. Forevermore long-term, really infinitely long-term, is the idea that, every fantasy that we sell you, and I could talk a lot about that. I talk to the team about this all the time.
And by sell, we
all right, yeah, sell is probably the bad word. But I think that way, like
we're advertising it. Like if you see it on legendary aspects,
that's really what I mean.
You see it on passives, you see it on skill tags. Like we're saying, like, hey, look, this is a cool thing for you to go after.
When we show you something that is cool and awesome, we deliver on it, right? Like when you log into Necromancer, you see right away, just when you see your basic skills, like, hey, there's a bone thing, a shadow thing, and a blood thing, right? And then there's army stuff. All of those things should be delivered on and be awesome. And then as you go through the game, when you get legendaries and uniques, you should unlock, one, double down and make those things really cool, and two, unlock more things that are awesome. And what our goal always is that all of these things are awesome and cool. When we find something that isn't hitting the mark, we either buff it or redesign it in such a way that it's hitting the mark and it's attractive and ideally really fun and exciting for players to chase. Like that's always what we're going to be trying to do.
Yeah. I mean, that sounds
this isn't
good,
exhausted forever. We are always going to be adapting and updating things. And if something just really isn't working, even if it's like something that I made, I have no hubris about like, hey, that thing, it was awful. Make it something good, right? Like at the end of the day, the players are the ultimate judge, jury, and executioner for us of like, did it work? Is it good? Is it fun? Yes or no? If not, then we have to be malleable enough to change that.
Right, and we could be looking at data too. We could be seeing like how many players are picking what kinds of passes,
Absolutely.
what kind of aspects
We do
are they
all the
wearing,
time,
what kind of uniques are they using, like, and we can see, you know, so like we know when like if no one's equipping a particular aspect, like we can see that, but like okay, well that's clearly something we're gonna need to want to rework or update or buff or do something with, right? Like this, to Adam's point, it is a never-ending process. You know, we keep talking about how, you know, we're all here trying to make Diablo 4 the very best game that it can be, and the reality is this is through iterations of the conversation with the community, and also looking at this kind of data.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, we have a ton of changes here coming up for 1.1.1 that you guys got to see here, especially for class changes. Thanks, Adam, for kind of walking us through everything.
Yeah.
And, we do have final patch notes coming next Wednesday. That is August 2nd. So just a reminder on that. Revealed full, where people can read through them and provide full feedback and so forth. And then, of course, that's my tick. Someone called out my tick earlier. And so forth. Stop it, Adam. That's my tick. I will stop that one day. I probably won't. But we actually do have our patch for 1.1.1.
But I have the map
date will be on August 8th as well. So players can expect patch notes next Wednesday, and then of course 1.1.1 hitting on August 8th, which is Tuesday. So
let me go in here. There's probably a checkpoint on the other side.
Jumping in and checking out, of course, the new changes coming to pretty much every class now, and in regards to balance changes and so forth.
I'm actually going to go do at least one of those side battles.
And so forth.
Now you're in your own head.
Now I'm just stuck in this like my own empty room saying it over and over. But anyways.
And get us feedback on how this went, like and how you like this format for talking about patch notes.
Exactly. Yeah, we want to see if this worked out really well with the community. So yeah, please provide feedback. Us going through the notes and then of course releasing the notes afterwards.
Because now I have the fast travel for the main quest.
How to communicate with you guys out in the community. So thank you guys again. We hope you enjoyed this Campfire Chat ++, New Game ++.
Sure.
And
really
we will see you on our next stream, which we haven't announced on. We're thinking about doing some Campfire Chats with like maybe other teams here, whether it's our art, animation teams, audio teams, and so forth, just so you guys can see kind of a deeper look into some of the development
come on, dog, we're
within
focused.
Our seasons and Diablo 4 from other people. So we do plan on expanding these a little bit more, and of course, having Campfire Chats and dev update streams to talk more about the game, gameplay, and design, and so forth.
You did it again.
Thanks. I hope you guys have a great weekend. Thank you again from the Diablo 4 team here at Blizzard, and yeah, have a great Friday.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. That was a good stream. I liked that. I enjoyed that. I think that was a good stream. Patch seems to be pretty W across the board. Man, this loser is fucking... can't even... Yeah, I want to go to this one. Alright, cool. Let me turn the in-game music back on. Boom. Amazing. I'm gonna go up here, but then I want to go back. So I'm gonna go this way. I don't really care about any of the things. Handle the oh yeah, definitely be able to run the game. You should. Shouldn't be any issues with running it at all. Leave me alone. We don't need to fight. No, don't kill me. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Alright, word. I don't know if I came in here before, but I'll refresh my ammo. How much iron do I have? 9? Yeah, not really enough to upgrade a ton, so. The Butcher's Quarter. Welcome to the Butcher's Quarter. Oh, these are the... Well, I guess good to know that those are the fire guys. New ring. Love it. Get caught on fire way too much. Here we go. We'll do our own fire with blackjack and hookers. There was a chest I missed? It's a good-looking game for sure. It really is. Ow. Amazing. What are you gonna do? Oh! Ow! Get fucked. Get fucked. What do we have down here? Hello. Nothing up there. Ah. It looks stunning, but it drops. Yeah, mine is in some areas dropping a little bit. And it's like, I'm also streaming at the same time, though. Damn. That's another checkpoint there. Why didn't I just go there? It's fine. Everything is fine. Out of my way. Oh no, is my internet doing the thing again? F? Small f, hopefully. We hope. Small f. Most minuscule of f's, don't worry. Oh no? No! Small! Small f. I really need a fucking... My internet. Small f, I swear. Oh no. Where did that come from? Okay. Pog.